foods separate from ready-to-eat foods like fruits and vegetables.
Everybody, we're going to call to order the Boulder City Council meeting of, April 16th, 2019. Lynette, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett,
Present.
Carlisle, Jones,
Here.
Morzell,
Here.
Nagel,
Here.
Weaver,
Here.
Yates,
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Great. We are going to start off this evening with a declaration to honor someone very special in our community. And Councilman Yates is going to do the honors.
Good evening. This is Nancy Geyer, and I'm going to read a little declaration about some things that Nancy's been up to in the last 18 years. It's a long declaration. Is this on? Writer and Nobel laureate Orhan Pamuk wrote this: "Real museums are places where time is transformed into space." Few people in our community understand this better than Nancy Geyer, who recently retired after 18 years leading the Boulder History Museum and creating the new Museum of Boulder. When Nancy joined the Boulder History Museum as CEO in 2001, the organization was already more than a half-century old. Through the years, the Boulder History Museum had wandered from schoolrooms to the courthouse to a former grocery store, and was then operating in the old Harbeck House on University Hill. Nancy quickly realized that the 6-bedroom house without ADA access or proper exhibit or program space was an inadequate space for a Boulder museum. So she set out to change that. Nancy wanted to better use the tens of thousands of artifacts and more than 1 million documents and photos that the organization had gathered over the decades. She wanted to create a museum that told the story of what made Boulder, Boulder. Nancy also recognized that the city lacked a museum of science and technology, and that the community's children's museum had recently closed. So Nancy determined to create a place where the community could gather to learn about Boulder's past, discuss its present, and dream of a shared future. She inspired her board of trustees, conducted feasibility studies, hired exhibit designers, and bought the former Masonic Lodge at Broadway and Pine. Nancy then went out and raised nearly $10 million, including $4 million from the city in a tax overwhelmingly approved by the voters. And she used that money to turn the Masonic Lodge into the new Museum of Boulder. Since it opened less than a year ago, nearly 40,000 people have been enlightened, engaged, and entertained in the new museum. But the Museum of Boulder is far more than just a larger version of the former History Museum. In the Boulder Experience Gallery, residents and visitors immerse themselves in all things Boulder. Conflicts between local native tribes and early pioneers are explored sensitively but directly, asking hard questions about how we deal with race today. Visitors are surprised to learn how long Boulder has been a leader in natural and organic foods, from Kellogg's to Celestial Seasonings. A real-time image of the sun broadcast by NASA, an atomic clock from NIST, and a model of Ball Aerospace's Kepler satellite showcase Boulder's role in the exploration of the universe and ask what we should do about climate change. Artifacts and videos of Boulder's technological innovators, Nobel laureates, Olympiads, and environmental leaders inspire each of us to reach our full potential. And an imaginative exhibit allows us to see what Boulder would look like if we had not preserved our open space, prevented development on our mountain backdrop, limited tall buildings, or created the Pearl Street Mall. With the new museum that Nancy built, explores how many of today's challenges have been with us since the beginning. Even in the early days of the pioneer town 160 years ago, civic leaders argued over Boulder's growth and development. Racial inequalities have persisted from the eviction of Arapaho and other Native people in the 1850s, through the rise of the KKK in Boulder in the 1920s, to the treatment of immigrants today. But visitors to the new permanent exhibit gallery not only learn about the challenges, they can be part of our solutions with interactive opportunities to express opinions and share ideas for all to see and hear. Beyond the Boulder Experience Gallery, there is so much to see and learn in the new Museum of Boulder that one visit is hardly enough. In the Google Garage Makerspace, adults and kids inspired by the innovations displayed in the permanent exhibits can create and invent themselves with materials from finger paint to computer parts. The Repetto Lodge can accommodate more than 100 people for programs as diverse as the museum's monthly Conversations with Extraordinary People to school groups and scout troops. And a rooftop deck with the most spectacular views in town is the perfect place for a wedding reception or just a sack lunch in the sun. The main floor temporary exhibit galleries hosts Smithsonian class traveling exhibits from around the country and around the world, changing every few months. And a new children's discovery zone is planned for the lower level where kids up to the age of 8 will play and learn, replacing Boulder's former children's museum. Nancy has moved on to enjoy a well-deserved retirement, but the Museum of Boulder is her lasting contribution to our community, where time is transformed into space. Generations of Boulder residents and visitors will listen, learn, and laugh within its four walls. It is a place that our community wanted and deserved, and we have Nancy to thank for it. And so, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares April 16, 2019 as Nancy Geyer Day, and we urge all members of our community to thank Nancy for her gift to us.
Wow. Thank you, Bob. Thank you so much, and thank you, members of the Boulder City Council. I am so honored and so humbled by this recognition. As Bob said, for many years it was a professional and personal goal of mine to create this museum for our community. And I am so proud to have been able to achieve that goal. But I would not be here tonight if it weren't for so many people who supported me along this journey along the way. First and foremost, my family, my husband Lee, my children, my daughter Megan, who's here tonight, my son Pete, who's in New York, maybe watching us, my daughter who's in Rome, Rachel, and Kenda, who's in Denver. You guys are my lifeblood, and I appreciate your love and support so much. And also to so many wonderful people who I've had the opportunity to work with over the years who believed in this vision and helped us create this museum. The staff of the museum, amazing staff of the museum, the many board members over the years who have believed in this vision and supported us, and also the community that has really stepped up and again supported the vision for this new museum. I also really want to thank Jane Brodigan, city manager, and the city council that in 2014, they had faith in our vision and placed the museum on the 2A ballot initiative that provided support for the museum. The museum wouldn't be open today if it weren't for that, and I really appreciate that support. And finally, to Bob, who believed in me and my crazy idea to create this museum, and all along the way has been incredibly supportive, and I am forever grateful for that. So thank you again for this, and I am just so excited to have this museum now for the community and for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, and thank you, Bob. A couple more announcements before we jump to open comment. One is that the information packet this week is on advancing soil science and research on city open space and mountain parks land. It's about carbon farming and restoration. It's cool stuff, and you can find that on our city council website. We are still recruiting for 7 boards and commissions, and they're really more exciting than they sound, but we need some more applicants. You need to be 18 years of age and live within the city limits. A few of them have a few more requirements, but it's the 2 Boulder Junction boards, the Board of Zoning Adjustment, the Boulder Urban Renewal Authority, the Design Advisory Board, the Downtown Management Commission, and the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. So please, sign up, get involved. It's a great way to get more engaged in the community. And with that, we are going to turn to open comment. You are free to talk to us about any issue except for the one topic that we're having a public hearing on later in the evening, and that's the future of the Harbeck Bergheim House. If you want to speak to that, sign up separately over there. And with that, we have 20 people signed up. You each get 2 minutes, and if you could start with your name and address, that would be great.
My name is Jamie Wagner, and I live in Lafayette. I'm here today with a group called Safe Access for Everyone, and I'd like to express support for a man who's also scheduled to speak tonight, and that's Sammy Lawrence. On April 5th, Mr. Lawrence was violently assaulted and arrested by the Boulder Police. When some other men near the Mapleton ball fields were being unfairly ticketed by Boulder police officers, Sammy began taking cell phone video while speaking calmly and clearly about what was happening. In response to being filmed, the officers demanded that Mr. Lawrence drop his walking staff, which he relies on for balance and mobility, and which he clearly explained to them. You can see in the video that the officers then abruptly attacked Mr. Lawrence, kicked his staff away from him, and put him under arrest. He sustained both physical injuries and emotional trauma. After the Boulder PD's recent racist treatment of a Naropa University student just last month, I understand that the City Council has agreed to work with the NAACP to develop a police oversight board. But in the spirit of that agreement, I'm asking the City Council now to vocally condemn the actions of the police officers who assaulted Sammy Lawrence, to open an independent investigation into their actions, and to have the officers involved in this incident removed from duty until an investigation is conducted. While the City Council may have agreed to approach the problem of excessive force, it is clear that the message has not made it down to the police on the street, who continue to use violence and prejudice against Black people, people with disabilities, and people experiencing homelessness in this city without repercussion. Waiting a year for the oversight board to be developed is not going to address biased and dangerous policing faced by Boulder citizens now and on an everyday basis. Taking a stance on this issue should be a top priority of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria, and then William McGrew.
Hi, my name is Victoria Vela. I live in Boulder, and I'm also a member of SAFE. I am here today to stand in solidarity with Sammy, who was abused by Boulder PD. And I want to echo his demands. We demand an outside, fully independent investigation into Boulder PD's abusive actions on April 5th, and we demand that the officers who abused Sammy be placed off duty. We also demand that the council vocally condemn the officers' actions in this incident. I also want to acknowledge the horrible treatment that Sammy received at the BCH Foothills Hospital. People of color should feel safe in our medical system, and instead, hospital staff mocked and neglected Sammy, a Black disabled man. As a woman of color and a public health professional, this is unacceptable. I ask the council to recognize that Boulder has a problem. Racism and ableism is a public health threat, and police brutality is a public health threat. Thank you.
Thank you. William, and then Patrick Murphy.
I'm William McGrew, and I'm also with SAFE, and I'm from Boulder. I think it is probably safe to say that the officer who assaulted Sammy didn't think we would be here today. When he looked at Sammy, he saw a disabled, likely homeless person of color. As he tackled Sammy to the ground and stripped his walking aid out of his hands, he must have felt confident that his brutality would have no meaningful consequences for him. While he was accusing Sammy of faking seizures, he couldn't have thought that his cruelty would ever come back to him. When he booked Sammy for resisting arrest and obstruction of justice, he must have congratulated himself on a job well done. And the sad truth is, most of the time he would have been right. People experiencing homelessness, people with disabilities, and people of color too often do not have the ability to fight abuses, even those visited upon them by people supposedly tasked with protecting and serving them. But Sammy refuses to silently accept this injustice. He stands up for his dignity, and we stand beside him. We stand against racism. We stand against classism. We stand against ableism. We will not be satisfied by an opaque internal investigation. Boulder demands and deserves an independent external oversight committee to investigate this incident and ensure that atrocities such as these cannot happen again.
Thank you. Patrick, and then Claudia.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. Muni stranded cost of zero, slow lie, part 2. What we'll pay Xcel in stranded cost is determined by a 3-part formula. Kind of simple, really. A minus B times C. A is the annual revenues that Xcel gets from Boulder and is about $120 million a year. B, the minus value, is the amount of Boulder's electric usage that can be sold to others. The multiplier C is the number of years that Xcel could normally expect to supply Boulder. C could be 50 years, but let's just guess 10. If it's 10 years, then stranded costs could be $1.2 billion. 5 years would be $650 million. So what about the B value that can be subtracted from the A value of $120 million? Who exactly is going to buy Boulder's usage? As Muni supporters love to tell us, Boulder will be able to get a lot of cheap renewable electricity based on the RFIP, the request for indicative pricing. So here's a logic question. Who is going to buy the more expensive power from Xcel rather than all that cheap electricity? Perhaps Boulder should put out an RFIB, a request for indicative buying, or RFIB. Nothing's going. The RFIP is a half-truth that Boulder Energy Future is selling us now. Can even 1% of Xcel's electricity be sold off each year? Xcel already has growth plans well into the future, so Boulder would probably have to find a brand new buyer for that more expensive power and not assume Xcel would absorb any of it. Next time, part 3, real numbers, something Boulder Energy Future can't seem to provide.
Thank you. Claudia, and then Lisa Caton.
Good evening. Claudia Hansen, theme 4647 26 16th Street. I'm here to speak about the North Boulder Library, but also much respect for Sammy and everyone who came to support him. I've been following the plans for the New Branch Library since moving to the Holiday neighborhood about 10 years ago, and I'm really excited to see this project finally moving forward. I think it exemplifies the kinds of investments we should be making in livable neighborhoods and in strong and equitable communities, and I would think that's a no-brainer for this city. So I've been really disappointed to see some negative comments about the project showing up recently on social media and in the newspaper. I've been visiting the tiny North Boulder Corner Library regularly since it opened 5 years ago, and for me as a stay-at-home parent, it really does feel like a heart of our community. My children and I have made new friends at the popular story hours, and we often chat with neighbors as they stop by to pick up books. And it's really one of the best things about living in an already amazing neighborhood. But the library as it is far too small to serve our community's needs. Regardless of its final design, a full branch will have dedicated space for children's programming, a larger book collection, tables and other workspaces for homework and school projects, and community meeting spaces, none of which are possible in the current space. For my family, these things are luxuries or extras. We can afford books, media, and technology, and my school-aged child has her own desk for homework. But there are many members of our North Boulder community who are not as privileged. The proposed branch library will be within walking distance of the Boulder Meadows and Ponderosa mobile home parks, several BHP communities, and the Holiday neighborhood with its 40% affordable units. So expanding library services in North Boulder is as much about promoting social equity as it is about middle-class livability. I'm really grateful to Councilmember Morcell for all the work she's done over the years to advance this project, also Councilmember Brockett for supporting this, and I really hope the rest of you will keep this project moving, and I'm looking forward to seeing something we can be proud of in North Boulder. Thanks.
Thank you, Claudia. Lisa? And then Jamie Morgan.
My name is Lisa Caton. I actually work in the city of Boulder. I'm with an organization called Bridge to Justice, 1123 Spruce Street, Suite 200 in Boulder. Bridge to Justice, our goal here, we're social impact oriented, and our goal is to provide equal access to justice. We are a nonprofit law firm that offers reduced rates on legal fees for those that qualify. And in January, we launched a new healthcare and food assistance project aimed at assisting City of Boulder low-income City of Boulder residents. So Bridge to Justice, we now provide free legal assistance to City of Boulder residents with healthcare and food assistance matters, including Medicaid, food stamps, health exchange plans, and tax credits for health plans. Our services also include advice and representation regarding applications, denials, and terminations of Medicaid or food stamps. And so a question that I get a lot is eligibility. We're very generous with our eligibility, and we're at the 80% of the area median income cap for our eligibility chart. So chances are that if you feel like you don't qualify, you probably do qualify for our services. Our lead attorney on this, his name is Joel Hayes. He's our staff attorney for healthcare and food assistance. He has over 30 years of experience with public benefits law. He's previously worked for an attorney with Kansas and Colorado Legal Services, including Boulder County Legal Services and the Legal Center for People with Disabilities and Older People in Denver. I do want to note that funding for this project is provided by the City of Boulder Sugar Sweetened Beverage Product Distribution Tax. These are your tax dollars at work, so please call us. We would love to assist you. And again, thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Great. We have a question for you.
Sure.
Ms. Caton, thanks so much for coming out tonight.
Yes.
Can you just send council an email with your contact information, just so we can establish a little bit of contact so we could refer folks to you?
Sure, absolutely. I also have brochures. I brought a ton of them if you want them, but I'm also happy to email.
Please leave some brochures to do email as well. Thanks so much.
Great. Oh, we have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Lisa. I have a question for you regarding costs of legal service. There was an occasion late last year where I referred some folks to your organization, and they still had to pay quite a substantial amount, and so therefore they could not use your services. Has that changed?
That hasn't changed. So there are two parts to our organization. So we have our law-centered practice that offers family law services, landlord-tenant law, small claims, and also advises on other minor civil issues. That part of our organization, we provide reduced rates on legal fees only. So they're reduced rates only. We don't operate on a sliding scale or pro bono basis. We offer about a third of the market rate that you would see here in Boulder County. And on average, our clients do pay around $115 an hour for those services. But we understand too that that's not enough, and it kicks us every time we hear that, and we hate to have to turn people away. And until we actually are able to establish grant funding on that part, will we be able to one day help folks on a even significantly more reduced rate than that. And then, of course, there's the other section of our organization, that's this healthcare and food assistance project that we launched in January. That is grant funded, and that is a free service for City of Boulder residents that do qualify. It's just at this time, our model only allows us to offer a reduced rate. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Jamie, and then Elizabeth Black.
As we have heard, Sammy Leon Lawrence IV was attacked and arrested for filming the police while black and disabled. My friend Darren, a white able-bodied man, filmed police on that very same day and was greeted cordially by Boulder PD. I've personally filmed police who were holding people without homes up at gunpoint with a similar indifference to my presence. What's the difference here? Well, we know that unarmed black Americans are twice as likely to be killed by the police as white Americans. Note the graph on the right. Also, black Americans are disproportionately killed by the police in general, and we also know that 27 to 81% of individuals killed by the police are disabled. So what does this tell us? The police's role in the United States is to enact violence upon black and brown people and people with disabilities. Intentional or otherwise, this is what they do. Now, Tom Carr, the city attorney, would have you believe that Sammy being on the receiving end of police violence just coincidentally falls into these two disparities. He claims that Sammy's walking aid would, quote, make quite a formidable weapon if used as such. Almost anything can be a weapon if used as such, from a heavy textbook to a pair of boots to the AR-15s and handguns that were carried openly at both of the Rally for Our Rights protests downtown last year. Notice a difference here? They're white and apparently able-bodied. It's worth noting that open carrying firearms in Boulder is illegal, while using an ADA-approved walking aid is not. It's also worth noting that this rally was visibly attended by the 3%ers, an anti-state militia whose members openly call for a second civil war to overthrow the federal government. Sammy was filming the police, a constitutionally protected act. This is what the police did to him. His walking aid was stolen from him for several days and was returned broken. There needs to be an independent investigation of this atrocity, and the officer who attacked Mr. Lawrence be taken off duty yesterday. Black Lives Matter, and we will not rest until they do.
Thank you. Elizabeth, and then Lisa White. And I hate to mention this, but fire rules don't let anybody stand in the aisles unless you're the next person speaking. But it looks like there's plenty of seats if folks could just, there's some up here. Okay.
We're getting the presentation.
Oh, okay, cool.
Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. Once upon a time, there was a fair city that bought surrounding farmland to keep it beautiful and productive. One day, 10 little prairie dogs moved onto the city's land. The fair city could kill the 10 little prairie dogs and keep farming, but then they would be very sad. Nobody likes to kill things. So they decided that no prairie dogs would be killed on fair city land. As years went by, the prairie dogs on the city's land multiplied. Soon the Fair City couldn't farm their land anymore because of all the prairie dogs. The prairie dogs looked for new places to live and new things to eat. Neighbors who still wanted to farm started killing the prairie dogs that moved onto their land. Neighbors killed even more prairie dogs the next year. They were very sad because nobody likes to kill things. But still the prairie dogs kept coming. Some neighbors kept killing prairie dogs and got angrier and angrier. By the end of 10 years, the Fair City's neighbors had killed way more than the original 10 prairie dogs, and there was no end in sight. If they wanted to keep farming, they would just have to keep killing. They were very angry because nobody likes to kill things. If the Fair City had killed the original 10 little prairie dogs, they would have ended up with happy neighbors and productive farmland to grow local food. Instead, the Fair City ended up with eroded, unproductive land that could not grow any crops. They were surrounded with angry neighbors, and far, far more prairie dogs had been killed. There was no happy ending here. You've destroyed over 1,000 acres of your own irrigated farmland. There's no place, money, or staff for 20,000 prairie dogs. Barriers don't work. Please recommend lethal control for irrigated farmland. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, and then Sammy.
Hi, my name is Lisa White, and I get around the city by walking, biking, taking transit, and occasionally driving. I'm currently serving on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, organized by the city to inform the pedestrian plan and the Transportation Master Plan. I've been extremely impressed with how the city staff has facilitated the committee with clear objectives. Many more people applied for the committee than were able to be included, showing that there is certainly an appetite for improved pedestrian facilities. I've been really inspired by the enthusiasm of my fellow committee members around making walking and rolling in Boulder more safe, vibrant, and enjoyable. There is a lot of excitement in our meetings, and it gives me some hope that we might be able to shift to a more people-centric transportation system in Boulder. There are parts of town that are unsafe to walk, particularly for varying levels of physical abilities. There are also parts that are simply unpleasant, which encourage car usage. I have a friend that prefers to walk to her destination, but drives to many. For her, walking along Canyon is wildly unpleasant with fast traffic, high emissions, insufficient crosswalks to make all trips reasonably direct or safe. So we need you to put resources in to shift this dynamic. Budget has been a topic of conversation lately, and I urge you to consider transportation in this discussion. I'd also like to suggest that you consider other funding sources. Things like user fees could be used to improve and encourage sustainable transportation, like walking. These mode shifts would reduce single occupancy vehicles, which would make the city safer and more pleasant for everyone. Aside from funding, I think it's important to recognize that there are ways to make more efficient use of our public space, and we can repurpose some of our existing space that's currently asphalt to be used for people. Making the city more walkable makes it safer, more vibrant, and builds our community. And so thank you, and I'd also like to say that I support Sammy, and I urge you to listen to what he has to say. Thank you.
Well, we have a question for you.
Lisa, thank you for coming and speaking to pedestrian issues and serving on the Pedestrian Advisory Board. So a question I have, since you're serving, if you could do one thing on that board to give us advice in looking at our budget, what would that be?
So what initiative would I like to see that
Move
budget
forward.
be put towards? I think more pedestrian facilities, like more spaces that are pedestrian only, that don't require pedestrians to be mixed in with traffic.
So like the Pearl Street Mall or something like that?
Yeah, and the other thing I would say is things that the Vision Zero is definitely huge in safety, but I think that also comes with reducing single occupancy vehicles and simply making it safer by changing the dynamic in which people travel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sammy. And after Sammy is Leslie Gillestrom.
Before my time starts, I request that we make an appropriation for the severity of the situation that occurred on April 5th, 2019. I request this as a man who is disabled and has seizure issues that were recently restarted again after this event. So my brain is not working properly normally. I might need extra time. And I would appreciate this. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. First off, thank you, Aaron Brockett, for being aware and communicating with me. I appreciate the accountability. I appreciate that most people know a little bit about what's happened. You scroll down so I can get right there. On April 5th, 2019, I was arrested for my very first time. There came a lot of very first times with this arrest. The first time being violently taken down by a POC officer. My first time having my knees scuffed up to where it was difficult to sleep for 3 days, and it still hurts. My first time getting my brain rattled by an officer. My first time an officer told me to put down my weapon after I told him it was a walking aid. My first time repeatedly, roughly 6 times, being denied the ability to go to mental health partners or speak to someone from mental health partners. My first time being denied a wheelchair/walking aid repeatedly. My first time having a seizure after telling hospital professionals and officers I was about to have a seizure and describing it. My first time falling off a hospital bed and hitting my head on the floor, having a seizure. My first time having a medical professional/officer witnessing a seizure taking place and telling me I was faking it and telling me to get up while in handcuffs. The first time asking people to help me while I'm drooling from a seizure in handcuffs. It's the first time in my life that I've heard atrocities repeated again after someone seeing me have a seizure. And after hearing it again, I bellowed, I would not tolerate this as a disabled man who's been here before 3 times for seizures via the ER. This is my first time being denied water post-seizure after requesting it multiple times, being handcuffed to a bed. And also, the first time I was ever treated like a disabled person during my arrest was in jail by Sheriff Palmer. And I want to tell Sheriff Palmer, thank you. He recognized that I was a severely disabled man. He was aware of that. And I hold great thanks to that. I hold great thanks to him. But I'm not done with my first times. My first time getting my ID lost by an officer. My first time having to request my evidence back without an ID. My first time being denied my walking aid by officers because it's evidence. My first time getting my medical marijuana back from officers. My first time getting a one-of-kind staff damage via an officer. The first time that community took immediate action in regards to me. Thank you, community. Thank you for your support in these atrocities that I've experienced on April 5th, 2019. Thank you. The first time that I will speak about is the first time my mother was scared for her baby, as many young, let alone Black women are scared for their children of being in jail, hurt, or even dead. I cannot get back that time. I cannot. I don't seek to have any repeated first times, as I've listed off. I don't seek to have many more of those at all. I definitely will not tolerate or allow slander/demonization of the trauma that I've experienced by anyone. The incident I experienced is real, and it also calls to question many things that have recently come to place with how our city's monies are allotted. Stuff that I've spoken to y'all multiple times about at this very podium. I will be holding all parties involved responsible to the fullest degree should they not speak the truth and hold themselves accountable. I am not alone. I walk this with every person supporting me. Friends, family, loved ones. We all walk together, and we will stand as one. Thank you, City Council, for being respectful of my disabilities, and thank you for bearing through this tough. I know it's difficult for all of you, and I appreciate you showing me the care as you showed me before. And again, one more time, thank you, Councilmember Brockett, because we had that talk before about that, and I'm always accountable. Whenever you do something and you're a part of it, I appreciate it. And even the little things make the biggest of differences. In the future, I will come back to speak a little more about this, and also I seek to teach this council as well as the city about non-epileptic seizures. So that way we all can understand, because I have brain injuries now, multiple brain injuries. I've been put back to step 2. I need more support and assistance and awareness. So thank you, everybody. If there's any questions you have, I gladly take them, or I'll take an email, because I know it's a lot to take in. I get it. I fully understand. So, again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate you coming here.
Sam?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sam, thanks for coming. I think it'd be good to get an update on what happened there, but maybe we finish open comment first and get the update from staff, or how do people?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and, why don't we let other folks that are waiting to speak, and then we'll come back to this. Leslie. And then Dag Curtin Singh.
Evening, Council. Leslie Glustrom. I live in Boulder. I often talk about energy, but we have bigger issues in this community. And they really need to be dealt with, and the accountability has to lie with you all. I know it's hard to hold the police accountable. I know it's hard to hold the city attorney accountable. This is so far beyond acceptable. And it's got to come from you all, and it's got to be, frankly, fierce. That we just can't let this happen in our community anymore. Skin comes in different pigmentations, in case you haven't noticed. And we've got to quit dealing out justice based on somebody's pigmentation. How can we live in a community where this happens? It's got to come from you all. And nobody wants to take on the sheriff or the sheriff's assistants or the people who are locking people to beds and pulling guns on people who are raking their lawn or whatever he was doing. As some of you know, our son brings in scholars from all over the world, and I will inform you that they have different colored pigmentation in their skin. And I am begging of you to get absolutely fierce about this. And we'll talk about energy some other day. But until we get this issue addressed in our community, nothing else really matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Dag, and then Paula Schuler.
Hello, my name is Dag Kirtan Singh. I live in Lafayette, and my speech died because it was on the iPad. So I'm still excited to be here and thankful. One of my reasons for being here was to just step up as a citizen. I've never done this before, and to let my voice be heard. I think it's absolutely incredible, especially of this meeting, to attend to in regards to Sammy and to see the community step up. I think that Boulder is a flagship city for Colorado and also for the United States. What we do, the choices that we make, others mimic. And it's evident in our culture and in our decisions toward energy, towards justice, towards it all. We are leading, And so I think that's amazing that I also have an opportunity to come and share my opinion. It was really cool that I got to hear about the boards or the Bridge to Justice, because it was another way for me to apply for financial aid, which is the reason why I wanted to talk about. I got denied Medicaid and food stamps. I get paid a little bit over minimum wage and work 40 hours a week. I'm a manager at a restaurant called Thrive. It's an all organic restaurant focused on getting quality food at a good price. And I got denied Medicaid because my gross income is over $1,300. And so I just want to encourage that we allot some sort of funding to support those citizens who are really trying but don't qualify for the federal aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula and then Michelle Rodriguez.
Hi, Paula Schuler, Boulder County. I live and farm on property just south of City of Boulder irrigated agricultural property. I sent you all a larger presentation with a lot of images, and I would respectfully ask that you take the time to look at it. This is a much abbreviated version. Tomorrow on the Prairie Dog Tour, you'll see Stratton. It's a $3.2 million property that's 45% Prairie Dog occupancy. You'll see Brubaker, 70% Prairie Dog occupancy. These are other pictures of Brubaker. I just took these pictures the other day. So where's the balance? I'm not against all prairie dogs. I just don't think it is appropriate for them to be on irrigated agricultural properties. Your city charter, your open space mission, your comprehensive plan, your grasslands plan, and your ag plan, all your written documents talk about the protection and preservation of ag lands. Open space reports that there are over 1,000 acres of ag lands in conflict with prairie dogs. I truly believe it's closer to about 1,200 to 1,300 acres. Nearly 20% of your irrigated ag parcels have critical prairie dog conflicts. In the northern properties alone, there are over $21 million of city-owned irrigated ag parcels in conflict. Zero management, zero stewardship. Don't you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect these agricultural lands? Don't you have a fiscal responsibility? These parcels were not purchased for prairie dogs, yet the prairie dogs have been allowed to take over. Prairie dogs cannot be the only priority. If you value irrigated ag land, if you want sustainable agriculture, and if you want to be a good neighbor, lethal control is appropriate. It's time to start managing to make a difference. Time to start being good stewards and good neighbors. I support OSBT's motion for lethal control on irrigated ag properties. Please take a look tomorrow. This is from your ag plan. I'm wondering if it is a thank you and a bye-bye. We have new priorities. And I just want you to know this, I got this out of your own guidelines. A public official shall strive at all times to serve the best interests of the city, regardless of his or her personal interests. Thank you.
And thanks for your email. Michelle? And then Ann Jefferson.
I'm sorry, it's going to take me a minute. Tonight has a very personal meaning, along with a social purpose. I'm here on behalf of Sammy. I don't have any speech prepared because this was kind of a last moment get together, but I appreciate being heard. Again, my name is Michelle Rodriguez, and I am a resident of Boulder now. I identified first with Sammy as a member of your homeless community. In August, I turned 50 here. I want you to know I have 3 grown children. My youngest is 28, and 7 grandchildren. And I was humbled by the need to be homeless and caught myself without that. What I want you guys to know is that it's more than a race thing with this place. It's a policing thing. I'd like to point out that the officer in question, not the officer in question, there was no question what he was doing, but the officer guilty of attacking Sammy physically is 6'5" tall. He also identifies as a man of color. He is also the subject of, for the moment, a criminal case and will be the subject for a future big civil case, myself personally having been a victim of his physical attack. Where did this happen? Right outside your door right here. August 25th. It was the last weekend of the summer and the first weekend of students coming back. There was a whole lot of people around. There was a lot of people that taped my incident. 2 days before Sammy got attacked physically and so brutally for doing what he should have been doing, he was standing in support of me at the courthouse here. You guys can look, it's an ongoing thing. There's a lot to be had and to be found out, and I urge you guys, if you have any power within you, to take the steps. My thing went further, it went to chemical sedation, but that's a later thing, not to take away from Sammy's thing. But this Officer Lolotai is in question of a lot of things. There are 12 body cameras. The police re-upped with their body cameras after one of my first attempts to get justice with this police department. Sammy was wrongfully attacked that day, and I feel like he was attacked in part because he was trying to document something. Little did he know that was the exact officer that attacked me. I'm 5'2", 120 pounds. I'm not homeless anymore. I've got a place here now, but I feel like I'm imprisoned because they all know where I'm at. This officer in question needs to be removed from his position, and there need to be criminal charges considered, not just drop the charges on Sammy, not just justice for racism. All lives matter. All lives matter. But I'll have you guys know that that particular officer is in the grounds, and Darren O'Connor, which I'm sure is a familiar name to the council, is in possession and has my permission to be releasing things. If there's any question about the danger that that police officer is to this community, immediately, and my incident happened 3 weeks before the young gentleman that died at the hands, unfortunately, of some unaccountable practices. And you know what, I was an EMT, it's not an easy job, but please, it's in your power to urge. Chief Testa is very aware of everything. My name's Michelle Rodriguez, find out the connection. But there needs to be oversight of this police department, there needs to be criminal charges, and he needs to be dropped from any wrongdoing.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, guys.
Ann, and then James Feeney.
Good evening. I'm Ann Jefferson, and I live in the Holiday neighborhood in North Boulder. I'll be brief, as Claudia Thiem has already spoken much of what I think about the North Boulder Library, which is what I'm here to talk about. I want to speak to the importance of this library in the neighborhood. We have a multicultural neighborhood that's high density, and it's also low income. The library would offer a space or an alternative to the streets and parking lots for children to play, which is really what it's at right now. There are very few spaces there. But more importantly, I know as a parent, that when children, once they reach the middle school and high school level, almost all of their classes and their schoolwork, their reading is online, either through Schoology, or they submit all of their homework through Google Docs. A vast number of children have, especially in this neighborhood, have no access to internet or to a quiet space to study. I think the library would be instrumental in giving that space for them and would be essential to their success in the public schools. I know from talking with my daughter, she's in mostly AP classes, that there are almost no students of color or lower income students in her classes. And I feel a lot of that might have to do because lack of internet, because she spends 4 or 5 hours a day on the internet doing her assignments. So thank you very much.
Thank you. James, and then David Prowl.
Hello, I'm James Feeney from North Boulder. I have a question for City Manager. Respecting Title IX, the Land Use Code, Chapter 9, Development Standards, 9916, Lighting Outdoors, the Boulder Dark Sky Ordinance. The original Dark Sky Ordinance, 7297, was adopted in 2003, July 15th, almost 16 years ago now. In the original ordinance, the compliance date for the final subsection L, originally subsection K, paragraph 5, and in particular subparagraphs B, replacement of light bulbs, and subparagraph C, aiming of fixtures, was 2004, September 1st, over 4.5 years ago. Over the past year, particularly the past 2 months, I've been attempting to communicate with City Manager's office regarding enforcement of the Dark Sky Ordinance. I've been looking for assistance in persuading my neighbors to replace their glaring, bare porch lights and security lights to conform with the Boulder Dark Sky Ordinance. City Manager's Code Enforcement Officer has asserted that the Dark Sky Ordinance is not enforceable, while also refusing to provide any justification for this assertion. City Manager has already allowed an extended compliance period of over 4.5 years. Here, I want to clearly establish the basis for this apparent residential zoning district suspension of the Dark Sky Ordinance. 4.5-year suspension can't be a temporary exemption under the ordinance. It's exceeded the 30-day period allowed. So this is a variance, or it's an extension of the amortization period. If it's a variance, what's the basis for the variance? If it's an extension of the amortization period, what compliance date has been set, and where has this compliance date been published? Or has a city manager established a general policy refusing to enforce the Dark Sky Ordinance? Please help me understand what's going on here.
So we'll get back to you at the end here. Hang around. David.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see Sammy. I came down just to be standing with him. The last time I was here, I was very emotional. We all were together to give this oversight committee. Thank you, Jane, for getting on that. Gosh, having read it, it was very long and detailed, and so great job. This is very sad. I read an article. I am from Mississippi. Racism does exist, not just against color, but against homelessness, disenfranchised people, disabled people. I just want us to pay attention and do what we can. And I think we're talking a lot about it, but we're not really doing much. So I'm here to stand with my brother Sammy and everybody else. I know you guys hurt when you hear and see these things happening. I know you don't stand behind it, and I know you don't stand for it. So I'm all for us taking care of it. So thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, David. Tamar? And then Evan Rabbits.
Thank you for this time, and my name is Tamar.
Grab that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thanks. Tamar Stone, and I'm at 4522 13th Street, which is the site of the North Boulder Library. And to create some balance, and I'm a big believer in balance, I want to hold another position to the two that we've heard tonight so far. I bought my condo a year and a half ago, and I was aware that there was a plan that had been kind of marked for sitting for 20 years for a 5,000 square foot build, single story, and the possibility of connecting 14th Street to Violet so that there'd be library access. I went to city planning myself. I read the plans, and with that in mind, I felt encouraged to continue with the buying of my condo, knowing that that was a possibility. It might not happen, and it might happen, and if it did, I'd celebrate it. I welcome everything everyone has said, about the meaning and value of a library. My issue is not the meaning and value of a 5,000 square foot annex. I do value that. My issue is that it's now grown to over 13,000 square feet. It's been moved from 14th Street to 13th Street, taking out a circle. And just, I mean, to be transparent, I'm here tonight, myself and my neighbor, and we're in a condo. I'm on the 3rd floor and he's on the 2nd and 1st floor. And literally, just to be fully transparent at the personal level, it would be like any of us in this room and all of you to walk out your front door wherever you live and walk 20 feet into the entrance of a McDonald's. That's how close this library is from my front door. And I have bigger concerns, which I'll come back and talk about. I guess my only request is that you keep this issue alive and come walk our streets, call me to walk with you, and just keep this issue alive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evan.
Evan Ravitz, Table Mesa. So a couple of years ago, I emailed council and explained how for 50 years or more, the city had made hundreds of thousands of enemies the way it treated us entertainers in the 80s, the Rainbow Kids in the 90s, the homeless now in a major way. And so now, just in the last 5 weeks, you've made many thousands of new enemies all around the country, if not the world, by just 2 incidents. Now, a little while ago, the mayor said that our camping ban, which is enforced against the homeless, is a necessary evil and slightly immoral. When you give police a job doing something that is slightly immoral, like kicking homeless people awake at night and taking their blankets and basically keeping them on the run all day, as apparently happened when this cop harassed Sammy or beat him up, when you give them a job doing this, you attract the wrong police to the job, because there's always people looking to have a job beating people up, mostly in third world countries, but increasingly in this country, and Boulder no less. And you create the pattern where, oh, I'm kicking these people and waking them up and getting paid for it. Well, that'll bleed over into people of color, disabled people. Anyone who's different, who doesn't immediately obey master, gets struck down. So you're responsible for what's going on here with the camping ban. It's kind of like when you let kids get away with abusing animals, they grow up to abuse other people.
Thank you, Evan. Brett?
Hello, I'm a resident of 4522 13th Street in the North Boulder community. Thank you for having me.
Can you say your last name?
Sawchak.
Sawchak, thank you.
Libraries can be a lot of things, most of which I don't think are reflected in this new proposal of a library. If a progressive library is what we're looking for, we should make it more of a language and a learning center as opposed to a meeting space and trading school. North Boulder already has craft classes and newly opened workspaces across the street. However, at 13,000 square foot and over 10 times the size of any commercial space in that neighborhood, this proposes over 200,000 cars a year into our neighborhood, side streets. This 30-year dream of a small community library has outgrown this 1.5 acre grass plot in front of our homes. If Boulder does need a 6th library, then please locate it in a traffic-sensitive area. Our neighborhood is in a dead end and will become a throughway on tight, designed streets that are meant to slow traffic, but not to accommodate commercial user space. It is totally inappropriate. Our homes would not have been designed as they are currently had this library had its now design. Please stick with the original plan or be progressive in considering locations that are considerate to the neighborhood. This lot is in the center of 110 units It has no access via roads. It should be a pocket park and can go back to Site 1, which is on an intersection of Broadway with parking spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that ends our open comment. I'm going to turn first to staff to see if you have responses.
Yeah, so the first thing is with regard to Mr. Feeney. I just took a look through my emails to see what communication I had had from Mr. Feeney, and I've received one communication with regard to manufactured housing in the last 4 years from Mr. Feeney. So I actually have not received communication with regard to dark skies from this gentleman. And I don't know what interaction he may have had with our code enforcement officers, but we'll certainly look into it. And I want to assure the council and the community, and Mr. Feeney in particular, that I believe that our code is fully enforceable and that we'll be working with him to make that happen.
Great. Yeah, on that topic.
Jane, thank you for that response. Mr. Feeney came to our recent council chats and raised this issue.
okay.
And I think part of the problem, I'm not saying all of the problem, but is that how homes, individual homes in mobile home communities are treated, and whether they are subject as individual homes to the dark skies.
Okay, that's a good
So I
clarification.
think
Thank
that's
you.
the issue, and
Yeah.
I can forward you some
And
other emails.
Lisa, I would also add that I think there was also the issue of what the park management would be required to do or not relative to dark skies.
Okay, so it sounds like we'd have to work with the city attorney's office to see if the dark skies ordinance could be effectuated in a mobile home community. And I don't know the
I
answer
think
to that.
that's what it is.
Okay.
And, you know, mobile home communities are owned by one owner.
Right, exactly.
And so their property is considered as one property, yet there's hundreds of individuals that live in hundreds of homes in there and should be treated the same as any other individual with respect to our dark skies
Okay.
ordinance.
Well, good. Thank you so much for that clarification.
thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Yeah. So I'm so sorry that Chief Testa couldn't be here this evening, but obviously I've spoken with him about the incident, and I certainly am sorry for the injuries that Sammy suffered, and I'm sorry he's not here so that I can say that to him. This incident was investigated throughout the chain of command of the officer involved. It was investigated by Pat Whiten, our internal affairs investigator. It was investigated by the sergeant, the commander, the deputy chief, and the chief. And they found no violations of police rules or policies. So that is the situation with regard to this investigation. Mr. Lawrence was given a ticket and arrested, and that arrest is under review by the DA. So that is the situation that exists today.
Aaron.
Jane, can you just tell us a little bit more about what the investigation by the DA entails?
So
I don't know.
he's filed a criminal complaint. And so we're not involved in that at all. The DA has filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Lawrence.
Okay, so
Wait, so it's going the other direction?
It's a criminal case currently pending in the Boulder County Court.
Against Sammy?
Yes, for obstructing and resisting.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
That answers that question, yeah.
Do you have any more comments before we turn to council?
I can talk a little bit about it because the pending criminal case, I don't really want to. So, but in my job, I defend the city, so I watched the videotape to see what happened after we got all of the notices about it. And it's hard because what I saw in the videotape doesn't conform to what I heard tonight in so many ways. And it's troubling. So we immediately released the police report so that there would be accuracy in what happened. But it's troubling in that you hear things like assaulted and that the officers were ticketing the homeless folks the officers were talking to 3 homeless individuals about garbage on the ground. There was no ticket issued either before or after. I don't know if there was ever any intent to issue a ticket. Mr. Lawrence, I understand, was asked to step back 12 times. He was never asked to stop filming. In fact, the officer said, "You're free to film." He just asked him to move away. He was standing right next to the 3 individuals the officer was trying to talk to. The officer finally said, "When I get back up here," and that's another key point, the officer was alone. And in addition to the 3 people he was talking to, there was Mr. Lawrence, another person joined, and 3 or 4 other people in the area. He just asked him to separate a little bit so that he could talk to these 3 people. Although Mr. Lawrence twice said he would, he never did. The officer gave him the alternative of just putting down his stick or stepping back, and he didn't do that either. And so when the officer went to arrest him, Mr. Lawrence fought with him. And the officer tried to just put handcuffs on him, but that didn't work. It got messy. And he did take him, rather than to jail, he took him to the hospital, and he was treated there. The thing about the seizure, I'm not a medical professional. I can't say whether it was or was not. That's on the tape. Once the criminal case is resolved, we'd release the tape. But it's really hard to sort of hear all these people who have deep emotional about this and what they've heard, and then to have to say, well, I don't know that that's true. And I don't know, I mean, as Jane said, my experience with this department is when they find something wrong, they jump all over it. And it's hard to say, well, they didn't find anything wrong. And I tell you, I looked at it, and the world would be a safer place if people, when they videotape officers, step back so that they're not adjacent to the people the officer is trying to talk to or behind the officer, which has happened. And when an officer says you're under arrest, just fight it in court, not with the officer. That's not a good idea. And that's the challenge that we face. And Jane and I had a very interesting experience. We sat and visited with about 100 police officers on Friday who were very upset about the way the Atkinson matter has been handled, and very upset with us. And we listened, and there's a lot of hurt there too. And the officers are very much concerned about how they do their job in this environment. And this officer, from everything I've seen, did absolutely nothing wrong, and there are all these people in the community calling for his job. So that's all I can report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have questions?
So I think it might be useful to summarize for the community where we are in establishing the Police Oversight Board and how that might be involved in a situation like Sammy's was once it's established. I know there's nothing firm, but at least the schedule and the process.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the last meeting, we appointed 2 members of council and 3 members from the community to be selected by the NAACP, and that task force subcommittee has met already. They have made the decision to work with Dr. Carolyn Love, who will be the facilitator of the meetings of the task force. Last Friday, I sent out an email to around 60 people whose names we knew might be interested, as well as a press release inviting applications to be sent to me for the task force subcommittee to review. The deadline for that submittal is, I believe, April 26th or 29th. One or the other, I'd have to check. And those will be summarized and given completely to the task force subcommittee on May 1st. The task force subcommittee will be reviewing all of those resumes and applications, however they have been submitted, and making a recommendation to council on May 7th for the persons that would sit on the task force. And you'll recall that we said there'll be between 11 and 13 people sitting on the task force. The task force's first meeting will be either the last week of May or the first week of June. We're thinking that there will be probably a total of 10 meetings. The meetings will occur in the evening. They will be open to the public. They'll be 2 or 3 hours each. And the first meeting will be a discussion of logistics as well as an implicit bias training with Dr. Love. Then the rest of the time will be research and reports and discussion with regard to a police oversight panel. And then the last meeting will be finalizing their report to come to City Council no later than September 30th. How this might have been handled if there were a community oversight panel is that it's possible, because we don't know how it's going to be, that incidents that the community feels they were unfairly treated by police officers would be referred to the panel, and the panel would maybe take a first look at the situation and then refer it somehow to investigation, whether that would be an internal investigation or an independent outside investigator. I don't know how the panel will end up. And at that point, recommendations would be made to the chief of police with regard to discipline. So that's how it is likely to proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, appreciate the explanation. So I think,
You could just summarize for him? He wasn't in the room. I know I'm out of order. He went in here, so.
Yeah.
He needs to refute what.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think probably not in this forum, but some of us, we can follow up.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
fair enough.
Aaron?
So I know in the incident with Mr. Atkinson, we're having a third-party look at that incident, correct?
Yes.
And are they just doing a review of what happened there?
So they have been provided with, so it's Bob Troyer, who's a former U.S. attorney, assisted by Mike Rankin, who's the former head of the Carl Bureau of Investigation. And they have been given all of the internal affairs investigations materials. They've reviewed them all. They have a complete ability to interview anyone they want. And I've asked them to make an independent report to the city after the conclusion of the police disciplinary process.
Thank you. And so, I mean, I understand that in the case of Mr. Lawrence, that internally we're seeing no issues there. Is it possible to have the outside investigator take a look at this one too? Just, I'm not going to second guess the police department's internal procedures, but I know there are concerns in the community about the treatment of African Americans in our town right now. So if there were an outside pair of eyes on this, it might help with the community's comfort level in terms of how Mr. Lawrence was treated.
You okay with that?
Yeah. Yes, we have a contract with Mr. Troyer, and we can ask him if he would be willing to extend the contract to this incident.
So just put that idea out there.
Yep.
Okay.
I think in this context, it's probably a very good idea.
Do other folks agree?
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron.
Okay. It does feel like a heightened time, and that would be a useful thing. Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't know if y'all just followed that, but we'll have this one looked at as well by an outside set of eyes. With that, I think we're going to move on. We have a very full evening. Appreciate you all coming down to share this with us. And we can follow up offline. Thank you. Be well.
Your consent agenda tonight is items A through H.
So there's one issue in particular that CAC wanted to have a little bit of a public presentation on. That may be too big of a word, an explanation of. And I don't, yeah, 3D. And we were going to do that before we even got your email. I don't know if you saw my email.
I just saw yours when I sat down this evening.
I called you. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
I didn't see it, but.
So I guess the question is, can we just go ahead and talk about this now?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. So let me invite Carolyn Elam, and I don't know who else is making the presentation. Just Carolyn, okay.
Actually, I think Steve is.
Steve is going to start. So Steve Katnack is our Director of Climate Initiatives. Steve?
And maybe explain this issue. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate your time tonight. And what we're talking about is approval by you of leases for solar installations on multiple city facilities. And this is a package that the staff has worked very hard to put together through several obstacles, unfortunately, in trying to get this put together. But the idea being that the larger installations that are more economical are really designed to cover the cost of those installations that aren't as economical. For example, a very small installation in a firehouse that may provide some additional benefits to that fire station, from resilience to, in the future, the opportunity for battery storage and other options. That's being carried partially by the larger installation at the 63rd water plant. So it's this package that has been put together that is really intended to maximize the deployment to the city facilities and help carry those installations that would not be economical without a full package. With that, we certainly can dive into a lot of detail on this, but we're happy to answer some questions, and certainly staff has worked very hard at this.
And maybe can you just speak to the overall economics that we expect to receive, on what the city does or doesn't have to put up, and what we get in return economically?
So there's
financially
no cost to the city for doing this. We're entering into purchase power agreements where a developer will come out and we will basically pay electrical fees for that, so normal fees. The anticipated savings overall to the city is about $1.4 million over 30 years. So not a lot of savings, but it does allow the city to deploy a reasonable set of solar arrays, where if we were paying for it directly, we would be unable to do that.
And just one more on that. How will the price we're paying for that electricity compare to the price we would be paying for other electricity?
And with that, I'm going to turn it over.
I just take that just to paint the full picture.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So as Steve mentioned,
introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carolyn Elam I'm the Energy Manager with Climate Initiatives. So along with Yael Gishan, manage the procurement process for this. And I did want to mention we do have our partners Unico and Namaste Solar here in the audience as well. We were very excited to run this procurement. Getting solar on our city facilities has been something that's been a challenge for us. Making that decision to make that upfront capital investment in favor of other things that we could do, whether it's building the new fire station or other capital investments we need to make is very hard. So we did do this as a competitive process and selected a portfolio of projects. Hedging on future electricity costs is of course one of the challenges, and so we did do a number of scenarios around this, just looking at inflation rates where they are at record low right now, which is around 1.9% nationally, all the way up to what we see as historical trending for Xcel, which is around 4%. And across that portfolio, we feel pretty comfortable with the economics and how they play out for the city. So some of the systems continue to result in savings throughout the lifetime. Some become a little bit more of a premium, such as the systems we're proposing to put on the parking garages as well as the police carport. We haven't factored in any of the savings, though, that come from the benefits of having shading and other protection, particularly in the case of police, where we're protecting from hail and other elements, and saving on labor for snow removal and things like that.
And just to finish this out, do you have any idea of the capital costs that that we don't have to pay in order to do that? Can you just, again, we're just trying to, I think people are curious about what the taxpayer return on investment is in addition to the environmental stuff.
Yes, so it's a 2.7 million megawatt portfolio. The prices we're seeing for these types of systems locally here in solar, so this is based on city permit data, is just under $4 a watt, and so that would be, help me do the math, folks, really quick. It's $12 million, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So from looking at the analysis of the weighted cost of electricity, it looks like it's about 8.5 cents in the first year. Is that about right?
That's about right, yes.
And what is the city paying for electricity right now on average? I know that demand charges show up, but just for an energy charge?
For just an energy charge, across that portfolio, we're probably right around, I have to go back and look at this for sure because of the utilities, right around 6 cents. Where we do the cash flow analysis, though, when we don't pay the energy costs to Excel, there's also other taxes and fees that add on to that. And so we're actually saving closer to 9 cents a kilowatt in that first year across the portfolio.
Okay, and then another question that I had was the buyout charges. So if you look at the year 10 buyout charges, that's after we've been paying for electricity for a decade, it looks like they're still pretty high, ranging in the $2.25 to $4. And I was curious, do we not buy down the value, because they've already received their accelerated depreciation after 5 years, and so it just seems like those are awfully high to me.
Well, there's a few things that obviously factor into the buyout costs. And so, of course, there's IRS rules around fair market value that apply as they assign value to those systems. There's also the continuous O&M that occurs on those systems. And so there's warranty, there's insurance on the system, there are inverter replacements that may occur. And so some of those costs reflect the investment that Unico has to continue to make after the initial purchase in the system. And then obviously, because they are financing the project on our behalf and providing us, there is some lost future income for them. That is a big part of that cost as well. That said, again, where we're seeing solar prices today in our community is around $4 a watt, and those systems would still have at least 20 plus years lifetime on them. And so looking at the financeability of those projects, we still think that's a reasonable value at around $2 to $3 a watt based on the residual benefits that those systems still provide, especially when you're considering part of that cost is the permanent structures at police and at the parking garage, which is the bulk of that cost. Those have lifetimes well beyond the 20 and 30 years that we see, and that is the bulk of some of the premium we're paying.
Great. And then, so we're selling our RECs to Excel for the period of this, probably for 20 years, if it's kind of the way it used to be. The values of those RECs aren't very much anymore, right? Is it like a penny to 2 pennies a kilowatt hour?
Yeah, so all the systems that we've currently committed to selling the RECs for fall in Excel's medium category, which is the most valuable. And so our REC prices will be between $4.25 cents per kilowatt hour down to 3 3/4 cents. So still, those are still pretty valuable and really have a cost benefit. The penny is why we aren't selling the RECs on the 2 smaller fire stations. They are not, it's not worth the investment in selling the RECs in those cases. And then the 63rd Street wastewater or the water treatment plant system, that 800 kilowatts, it's still to be determined if we apply for large solar rewards on that site. The pricing you see today does not reflect sale of those RECs.
I see. So we will keep some portfolio of the RECs, okay? Right. The last question I had was about the urgency and the investment tax credit. So at the end of this year, the 30% ITC drops down to something like 26%, 26%, and then down to 22%. So it continues to fall. And it sounded like from a note that you wrote earlier this afternoon that you feel like the schedule is at risk here, being able to begin construction by the end of the year. So can you tell us a little bit about that timing?
Sure, there's a few things at play. So as you correctly mentioned, the investment tax credit does start to decline this year, and all of that pricing is based on the 30% ITC. We aren't alone in trying to take advantage of the ITC while it's still at 30%. So there is a large market right now for solar panels trying to get in under that deadline. So we're seeing very rapidly increasing panel prices right now because there is a high market demand. So we are concerned about those prices continuing to go up. I think, as I mentioned, we've already seen a 10% increase since we began negotiating these rates with Unico, and the trend is continuing to go up. And so we would expect that if we don't lock in the purchase of those panels soon, we'd probably see higher rates and the attractiveness of this portfolio would decline. The other part is all of these sites still have to go through our permitting and full planning process, both ours as well as Boulder County in the case of the system out at 75th. Those are fairly lengthy processes, particularly for the ground mount systems. We do want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence on view sheds and other considerations before we ever move forward with these systems. So we are looking to get them fully designed and vetted through all of our appropriate processes, and that does take some time. So we wouldn't actually look at starting construction on these until the fourth quarter of this year. Any further slippage would cause us to lose the ITC, and we'd have to go back and renegotiate pricing.
Thank you.
Just two more real quick questions. Can you explain, because I think it's confusing to us, but also mostly the public.
Yes.
The business about, it talks about how the seller will have the exclusive right to say the power is being produced, which I assume is related to the RECs. But can you explain in layperson's terms exactly, I mean, because we're trying to get to certain megawatts of solar for us.
Right.
But we're selling the RECs, so how does that work?
Okay, I'll do my best to do this in layperson. So starting with Xcel, so Xcel has a statutory requirement that they have to meet that mandates how much renewables they have to provide. So for them, they have to have full 100% attribution of the what they're claiming as meeting that requirement. So for them, that's why they purchase RECs from us. In the case of the city's goal for 100 megawatts locally installed, that is more about local resilience and also the reduction in grid electricity that goes along with that, and that's what factors into our greenhouse gas inventory. Right? The who owns the RECs actually has no influence on our greenhouse gas metrics and where we are relative to our goal. It's really that reduction in grid-based electricity and the emissions that are associated with that. So for us, it's not beneficial from an inventory or overall standpoint to really retain that environmental credit or be able to say, oh yes, the water treatment plant is powered 100% by renewables. That's, we've determined that financial viability and making sure that we're good stewards of our city investments is the higher priority there. Did that answer your question? Great, thank you.
And then the last one is, I think I know the answer, but I'm just curious. In the future, I mean, I presume these are all the good sites, but if we, or I guess, here's the question. Is there a potential for more at another date?
Correct.
What's that look like?
Yeah, and this was the portfolio of sites that are ready. So that's based on roof age and our current known longevity around these sites. So they're not necessarily the easy sites, which is one of the important pieces of this portfolio, right? It's not easy to put Park Top at a police station. But we do have other buildings that we would look at. I think the more notable thing is we aren't alone as a municipality unable to take advantage of tax credits or come up with the capital investment to purchase these systems. So this is a replicable model that our neighboring communities can also take advantage. We're also not alone in our community. We have a lot of commercial entities that also don't have tax liability and can't benefit from the tax credit. So this is a model we plan to work with the community members to take advantage of as well. So it is a method of breaking down some of the barriers to financing these projects that we haven't really taken advantage of in the past because it's been reserved for very large systems.
Great.
Thank you. I have kind of a minor question, more of a curious question. On the parking garage on Pearl Street, that is the 15th and Pearl parking garage, correct?
Yeah.
And those solar panels are going up on the top level of the garage, and are they taking up the parking spaces, or there's So it's going to become covered parking?
It's going to become covered parking, so that is one of the benefits, community benefits in addition to this, is both of those garages, the top floor will have covered parking now, making them much more desirable for our visitors to those garages, and improving like the overall usability of the garage as a whole. It also reduces maintenance costs for trying to remove snow from the upper deck. And we have looked at it, and it will still fit within our height ordinance as well. So we're pretty pleased that it looks like it. It's going to, we still have to do the full structural to make sure that we can attach it to the existing structure without modifying the integrity, but we won't lose parking spaces. That was one of our stated goals.
Well, that level is often empty, and I would imagine that we're actually gaining parking spaces because now they will become more attractive. So.
Yep, exactly. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sydney.
So my question is why this came so late to the council. This is this in itself.
Yeah.
So was just this part of it. And I got 3 of these books. I have them delivered because I've had eye issues because of chemotherapy. And we got 3 of these. I got mine on Friday. Everyone else had access, and so did I, but it's on screen on Thursday. And so to get this new for the council, and then to hear, I was really excited to hear that we were going to be doing all this, and I think I congratulate the efforts that have been put into it. It's really quite wonderful. But there were, as soon as this came out, there were questions from the community, particularly persons on the tech group, which apparently is just a group of people who the city energy people brief on a regular basis, monthly basis or whatever. And these folks knew nothing, and they just had a meeting with you all last week and knew nothing about this. And I am not an expert. I could not begin to ask the questions that Sam just asked. And so I rely on persons in the community whom I know, who spend an inordinate amount of their time voluntarily on doing this kind of looking at these things and saying what is and what isn't good. And so I, as a matter of process, and this is not you, I take this right to the very top, this is not a good way for city council to be making policy decisions when we are handed this amount of material and then someone, persons from the public start asking questions, and they're given no time to be able to have those thoroughly answered or vetted. And so that's my problem with it. It really has to do with the process of it. And maybe
we can make that a question.
Yeah.
I know there was a reason why it didn't come out earlier.
But I remain, though, with the issue of having only 4 days, I mean, from Thursday night until Tuesday night, to go through something this big in addition to all of our other materials, and to have competent understanding to answer it. If we're just,
Is there an explanation?
Yeah, and first, I do sincerely apologize. It was our intent, to provide more time. But I also say that we entered into this process, I would say, thinking about it as a city procurement of services contract, which is not something we typically think about communicating, and we really should have recognized the visibility this project had and done a better job of communicating it. So we certainly accept responsibility and hear you very loud and clear, as well as the members of the community who have reached out to us, and we commit to definitely striving to do better. We had planned to bring this forward back in February. At that time, we had a very large anchor system that was planned at 75th, which was substantially larger than the portfolio you see today. That unfortunately we found Boulder County had remapped the site and designated that as floodway, and we were unable to move forward with that. And so we had to do a lot of scrambling to make sure the portfolio still made sense, and got very focused on that. So again, apologies for not bringing it forward. We definitely hear that, and we'll keep that at heart going forward. So
thank you. And one more question. Does the city look at generating any of its own energy, putting some monies into with things that we get from other pots of money into actually putting up a system?
You mean paying capital instead of a power purchase agreement?
Figuring out what a template may be that can then be used so that the city is actually generating its own power rather than relying on someone else to be doing it, because it's the other thing is when we're asked to vote on these leases, that go 20 to 30 years without some kind of public hearing, at least talking also about what's going to happen to the technology in this period of time. Will there be an ability to deliver more, better, at less cost?
Right. So we certainly looked at that, and I think that's one of the reasons you see the buyout clauses and the ability to procure the system in there. I will say that one of the reasons we did choose to pursue this is it pushes a lot of the financial responsibility for maintaining the system and all the financial risks, to weather events and other things actually onto Unico and away from the city. And so we're locking in a power purchase price and diverting things that we might have to pay to maintain the system. So where we own it, we are responsible repairing. We're just paying for power we're actually benefiting from. And so we did look at that compared to some of the systems that we have purchased and still consider this good, but also putting in clauses that allow us to alter that in the future if it becomes in the city's best interest.
Because again, one of the things, just reading this as a gut reaction, the benefit or the savings over 20 to 30 years, 1.34 million, is just, given our budget and how we tend to spend money in this city, not very much.
Right.
Particularly at the end of that time.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to characterize this as a project where we sought to necessarily achieve a net savings. We were truly striving for cost neutrality and allowing us to reduce our energy footprint. And then the savings is the benefit on top of that, which I think is a fair statement around solar in the market today for most. The paybacks are fairly long on those systems. Electricity in Colorado is very low cost, and so it is a tough market for solar to truly deliver savings, but it's giving us greater control over our future electricity costs. It's reducing our city emissions by 6% and providing other benefits, and so that's where some of the trade-offs were that we considered.
Thank you.
So go ahead. No, go, yeah, I was just going to jump in and say, I know we're asking lots of tough questions. It's a fantastic project. We're just, we want to hear all those answers that went into this. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much for putting this all together. It's incredibly complicated. More time to review would have been great. Yeah. But almost 3 megawatts of solar on city sites at no upfront cost is just amazing and making big steps towards our community and city goals. So thank you. I'm excited about it. And I put this out there on social media. I had somebody, a city councilor from Lakewood, pop up and say, oh, wow, how did you do that? How can we do that in Lakewood? So hopefully it's a model that we can help.
Because that's key, is that we don't have to pay $12 million to do it, which is what we're saving right now. So anyhow, I want to echo that. I mean, this is really exciting. It's also good to understand how the model works. And so that was really helpful.
And I will say yes, thank you for bringing this full package to us to look at. More time would have been nice, but however, thinking through the risk of losing the investment tax credit is probably the main reason for continuing at the current pace without stopping for 2 or 3 weeks to review it, because I wouldn't want to lose that investment tax credit. It would put the finances sideways. And so I think that is a legitimate concern, and I would like to go ahead and support this and leave it on consent at this point.
Does this answer people's questions and concerns?
Yes,
and
as long as the
point was
process,
well
I
met.
mean, the process is, otherwise, I mean, why am I sitting here? It makes me feel like a rubber stamp, right? So not to say, I mean, I know you all do a good job. I don't mean it's not about that. It's just having the time to realize what it is we're doing.
Mary?
Yeah, so I just want to echo the compliments of the great job you did. And as Suzanne mentioned, it's about the capital costs, the $12 million capital cost, as we so aptly learned last week. And one thing that I will add is just a reminder of what came up during the retreat, which was the decision matrix. And this might be another one of those cases where it didn't rise to the level of coming to council, but perhaps if there were a decision matrix, it would have been a little more prominent in terms of bringing it to council. So I'll just put that out there as a reminder.
Certainly the tech team probably would have been a good purpose. But
yeah,
the fact that you guys were scrambling because something changed, I can totally relate to that. All right, anything else on this? Okay. A motion.
I move the consent agenda.
Second?
Any more discussion about any items?
Roll call vote. We start with Councilmember Yates.
I never get to go first. Aye.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Carlisle.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Morzell.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
And I also want to give a shout out to Namaste for being a partner with us in this. That's greatly appreciated too. Thank you.
You have 2 call-ups tonight. The first one is the concept plan review for the North Boulder Branch Library.
Okay. So I guess the question before, we have a couple of call-ups, and just to remind folks, we can either decide we want to call it up, we can say a few words about it right now, and I think staff is here if we have any questions. So on the library, I know some people want to make comments. Does anybody want to call it up?
I have questions.
You have some questions. Okay. Do we have staff here? All right. All right.
I don't know why this turns off when I don't use it. But anyway, Sloan Walbert will be answering your questions.
Great. Cindy?
Sloan, I'm wondering if you could explain how this library did grow, given I've heard from people in the community who are totally pro-library, but they're concerned about cost, particularly since the library's been having all of these issues with funding. And so how did the library grow from 5,000 to, I didn't realize it was 13, I thought it was just 11.
That's somebody who doesn't like it.
So how, but nevertheless, it's 11, right? 1,000 square feet.
I think it's slightly over that.
So how much?
I can
Just, I mean,
tell you
since
the
we're
exact number.
saying it's somewhere between
12,800.
12,800 square feet.
Well, that's closer to 13 than it is to 11.
Okay, so the question is, how did it get there?
So I don't know if I can answer that question. So I don't know if someone from the library is here, but there may have been a planning process where they were looking at different options. So we were just responding to what was submitted to the planning staff. As far as I am aware, there was never a point in time in the planning process that there was a specific size proposed before now.
Yep. Lisa would like to weigh in on that one.
Yeah, I can answer your question. So somebody...
And when did it happen, Lisa?
Well, Sloan is correct. There was never really a number. And we were waiting for this whole planning process. I was involved as just an ad hoc group. And we met, a group of us, with the former library director, Marcelie Graulich. And so we were very enthusiastic about the library, and we had an architect as part of our group. And so we started looking at financing things. And so we did talk at one point in time about a modular library, that you would start it out at 5,000, and then possibly over time you could go to 10, and then possibly over time you would go to 15. So it was just talk. It was just people trying to brainstorm on how we could get the library built. So I won't go any farther than that, but I don't think, having been very much a part of this process, I don't remember ever a specific number for the library. It was supposed to be a sub-community library, and I think it still is. And when you look at how much North Boulder has grown with respect to the rest of the community, and its needs have grown, I think the 12,800 is a very considered size for that library.
So, and just to follow up on that, why was it necessitated that it move from 13th to 14th? So, but I want the planners are here. Here's the staff, right? So let them respond first, and if she doesn't know, and why isn't there anyone from the library here? Did they just...
I don't know why they're here. They're not here. The call-up is based on the planning matters that were brought to the planning board. And so your question tonight is, do you want to review the plans or not? And so I think that the library staff members thought that the questions about why the library, where the library, how big is the library, were ones that were answered by the Library Commission as they moved forward. And then when they came up with a plan for the building and a location, that was presented to staff, and staff reviewed it in accordance with planning principles. So that's what we're here to talk about.
So Sloan can't answer that one either.
I don't think so.
No, but what I would say is that it is concept plan, and if you have specific concerns that you'd like them to look at, this would be the time to voice them so they can look at them going into site review.
So I suppose my question is, since there are persons in the community who are concerned, asking the questions and having them answered as best we can would be, if it's not going to be called up, would be more satisfactory in terms of what people want to know, which is why I'm asking these.
Right. I think some of your colleagues would like to answer them when we get to comments.
Okay.
So, does anybody else have any questions of Sloan? Yep.
Hi, Sloan. This actually is not exactly a planning question. We'll see if anybody knows the answer to this. But so there's the storage area for the mobile home park that's kind of right adjacent to this. And I know there have been some efforts over the years to see if the city could acquire that for use in the library parcel. Has there been any progress made on those efforts, or do we have any prospect?
I can answer that. I've met with the mobile home park. About 5, maybe 7 years ago, the city actually had a deal to purchase it, and residents of the mobile home community came and objected to council because they were losing their storage area. So we've addressed it as an opportunity to try to find another place to store the things that are stored in that storage area, which is a very valuable asset to the residents in that community. And so we've looked at a potential parcel for city land we're kind of working on to do some sort of land swap where they could actually do it. But we're still in the preliminary stages. We'd have some county issues. The owners of the mobile home park are excited about the library and about working with us on this and about doing a transaction there. So acquiring that, I think there's a decent possibility we'll be able to work something out to acquire it. Charles, you want to interrupt me?
Maybe I can embellish a little bit. Charles Farrow, the Planning Department. We've had recent discussions with the mobile home and about the trapezoidal shaped portion of property, and I think that there's some interest there to work with the city here in the near future.
And that's also where the connection would go? Sorry.
Yeah, that's...
Sorry.
Well, is it on potentially a time frame such that the library development might shift a little bit?
Probably not, but I wouldn't be able to say for sure. The discussions that we've had have been very preliminary, but they've been positive.
Okay, and there's been some interest in the connecting 14th Street down to Violet. We'd have to acquire that parcel, right? In order.
That's correct. In order to make that connection.
The trapezoidal one.
Trapezoidal one, right? So that so maybe it wouldn't be in time to change the library plan, but maybe to eventually make a connection to Violet.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then you were going to say, but it does look like we'll get a connection to the mobile home park through that parcel.
Yeah, I was just going to point out.
Mobile home park residents, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
So we really want that direct connection for the residents of the park there.
Great. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay, so we're ready for comments. I know that you have a bunch. Have at it.
Well, not a bunch. I'm just really excited that we're finally here. Just to answer your question about the location of the library and where it is just a few feet to the east of where it was planned in the North Boulder Subcommunity Library subcommunity plan. But if I recall correctly, at some point after the subcommunity plan was passed, I was very concerned about flooding and making sure that we had looked at 4 Mile Canyon Creek before and its potential for flooding before we allowed, and people are going to have to help me, but the affordable housing, the Housing Partners Affordable Housing on 8th and Locust, Ponderosa, the bridge that had been constructed. I think that was constructed in, I want to say like 1995, 94, and it turned out to be under capacity for potential floods. And so staff looked at that back in the day, and we own all of that property as far as it's shown on our map in our materials. And we moved it a little bit to the east because it was a much more appropriate site and far from flooding. So it's completely out of the floodplain. If a gentleman talked about some site across the street, and that would be completely prohibitive in terms of cost because it would be in the floodplain at that point in time, and it would add somewhere between $30 to $40 or $35 a square foot to the cost of the library. And that place was never considered for the library. If you've gone to the site and you go out to the site is a beautiful site for a public civic space. And what is important about the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan and the library is the library is the civic place in the North Boulder village plan. So this didn't move that far. And I'm sure if we built it on Broadway, we'd have a whole nother group of people saying, wait, it's blocking my views. It can go somewhere else. So that's not going to happen. And when I think about the economic diversity we have in North Boulder, the ethnic diversity, the age diversity, I think it's the most of almost any other subcommunity. And I think we have a mobile home park with 640 homes in it that has hundreds of children that live there. And my understanding is 15% of that one mobile home park, 10 to 15, are the only ones that have internet. So the library will project the internet into Boulder Meadows as well as into Ponderosa across the street. So it will be an incredible community amenity for the community. In terms of just my comments in terms of 14th Street is in the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. But I agree, I watched the planning board. They did a great job. And I watched that, and I believe it should not be a prerequisite to building the library. I don't think it's critical. I think what is actually more important is that there's access between Boulder Meadows and the library. So these hundreds of children will be able to access that library for study space. And one of the speakers spoke about AP classes and all these things and the lack of children from lower income and people of color. Well, I don't think that's just a coincidence. I think it's a whole thing of economics and what people are available or capable of affording on their budgets. So I don't think 14th Street is critical. It should be in a long-term plan. And I think it's not just the construction of the street that we'll be talking about, but there's a bridge that has to go over 4 Mile Canyon Creek. And so that's going to be a cost. I think things are still in flux in terms of the disposition of the trapezoidal property, and if possible, that would be I think a perfect place for some affordable housing, but that's not in this proposal. So I think the proposal that we have before us is completely consistent with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. It's completely consistent with the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And it is something that the community as a whole has been waiting for close to 30 years. And so, as Bob would say, get her done.
Aaron.
I think, that's more Zan's line. I think that's.
Get her done.
Suzanne.
Get her done. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Okay. I could gush about this for 10 minutes, but I'll just echo what Lisa said, all the things she said. So I just have a couple comments. Just that on the 14th Street connection, I mean, I think it would be really helpful for that site to be able to get down to Violet through 14th. So I don't feel like it's a requirement, like Lisa says, but I would very much like to keep it in the plans and have us continue to work towards that in future years, because I think it would help for circulation, definitely, for the new library site. And just the other transportation connection point I wanted to make, that adding the library will remove the current connection to the 4-mile Canyon Creek bike path, but it's adding a different one. And just want to make sure that that's done in an easily traversable way. I happen to bike through there like 4 times a week, and I know a lot of other people do too. So just to make sure that that connection is solid, wide, easy to use, both for getting to the library, but also for commuting and such. So that was it.
I was going to say, I had 2 questions, and it was the connection and the bike stuff. Sounds like they're addressed. I'll just say, I love the design. I think it's fabulous. And I think a lot of other parts of town are going to be like, oh, okay, we want a library that looks like this. So anyhow, my hat's off to the architects and the planners for actually coming up with an evocative, maybe even iconic architecture, I don't know, that actually speaks to both the use and the site. And maybe other architects will be so moved when they build other buildings. I'll just say that. I'm very impressed.
The roof actually has interest to it.
Yeah.
You often get that in this town.
It's a green roof, and I think what is so cool about this whole thing, the building, is that the architects and I think the people sitting in the library commission and the staff, they listened to what people were saying, and so that roof is low. It's all green in front of them. There's a playground for children. There's a community garden for people. I mean, I would be ecstatic to walk out my door and see that. So,
Mary?
So the only thing I will add to all of these great comments is that the affordable, well, first of all, I think the planning board did a great job of providing comments, so I wouldn't have a whole lot more to add to that. But one thing that did come up in the planning board meeting was the affordable housing, and that has been explored and just simply was not feasible. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Can I just make one more? And a question I had, and I didn't ask the developer who was looking at this to make it all affordable housing. I assumed that developer would be saddled with the cost of providing the street. That's how we usually do things. And so I just wonder if that was kind of the deal killer for that individual, or what?
No, I think it was generally just the size of the site and the amount of density that you could get on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so sounds like no call-up and a lot of well, you heard the comments and a lot of excitement about this project. Do you want to add?
I just wanted to say I'm really excited about the project, too. I just want to be sure that people know that we're listening to the other side as well, the concerns.
And I do think, I appreciate what you just said before about how the project has been altered in response to feedback in a way that I think is very helpful. So I do think that people were, at least, I think people were heard, maybe not as far as they wanted everybody. Okay.
Your second call-up is a concept plan review for Liquor Mart and the former Rob's music sites.
We got a colleague on that?
Yeah, I would like to call it up. I sent out a hotline today that talked about the issues of concern for me. Probably the number one is the flood issue. And so I noticed that was flagged by staff and flagged by by planning board. And so anyway, I have a list of a half dozen things that I want to have time to work over. And so that's why I'm asking to call it up.
Mirabai.
And I'm sorry, I have not checked my email because I've been at work all day, but I'm confused, and maybe there's an easy explanation. But under 4B and then 8B, this is the same item we're discussing, correct? I just want to clarify before I ask this question.
Yes.
Certainly 8B.
So
Yeah, first we decide whether we want to call it up, and if we do, then we discuss it at 8.
No, I understand, but I want to know why on one it says it's a 4-story building and the other says a 3.
And that's part of the whole application. One of the stories is underground, so.
Okay.
Well, it's halfway underground, which is why the developer called it 3 stories, because it's half underground, and the planning department calls it 4, because it counts as an above-ground floor if it's only partly above ground.
And so I guess then that comes into play for me of what's the height. So anyways.
It's 38 feet, so it's by right, but it's 4 stories.
Yeah.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Yeah.
Yep, Mary?
So I just want to, I do agree in calling it up, and one of the other reasons that I would bring up is the site right next to it, the Rob's Music, was actually the site that set in motion the whole examination of the Canyon Complete Streets, the civic area, all of that. It was set in motion by that Rob's Music, which I believe was in like 2007. So I think it's only appropriate that something that sets something as big as what got set in motion at that time be reviewed by council. Bob?
I noticed that the representative of the applicant is here. It might be helpful, Sam, your email was very helpful, so thanks for that. I wonder if it would be helpful at some point in time to call up the representative just so we can elaborate on the points. That way, when we do have this concept review, we can have make sure that they're fully prepared for what it is that council members want to hear from. So I'm just wondering, Zan, if you want to call Adrian
You want
up.
him to tell them or them to tell?
I think the council members have specific things they'd like to hear at the concept review. It'd probably be good to
I
have
see.
a little bit of an engagement with the representative, just so we're all on the same page, so we don't get to concept review in a few weeks and have 2 ships passing the night. I'm just suggesting we just frame it up.
Gotcha. Sam, why don't you just elaborate a little bit more?
Okay, well, so there were 6 things on my list, and one of them was how it's going to integrate into the East Bookend project, which is right across the way, and then how it's going to integrate into what Mary just brought up, the Canyon Boulevard Complete Streets project. So I know that was part of the the concept plan review that staff had some issues on. Flood issues are a very big deal. I'd be curious as to see how this ramp will be able to be designed so that floodwaters do not end up down in what is both a parking lot and it appeared to me to be some dwelling units down there as well. So I want to talk through that. And then the potential for on-site affordable housing. I know it's cash in lieu. There were some suggestions by planning board members to look at on-site affordable housing. And then there was a comment by planning board about wrapping the retail around on the 15th Street to activate 15th as well as Canyon. So those are specific things that I'm curious to hear about and talk about with flooding probably at the top of the list.
Any other, well, I don't know if people want to call it up, but if you do, if there's other issues you want to hear more about.
Parking is one that I would like.
As in amount?
Or
placement?
In the lack of what it is that they are hoping to do and how they think that that's going to be accomplished by reduction in parking rates.
Yep.
Wonder, well, after council members do their list, I wonder if it would be helpful to have Adrian come up, not to answer the questions, obviously that's for the review, but just to make sure that, let's just do a little interaction with him, make sure he clearly understands what it is we're talking about. I just want to make sure that we're synced up here. Yeah.
Nearby?
And I mean, I just would like to look at setbacks as well as permeability. I think that was a really big thing we discussed on 311 Mapleton. And for me right now, this just, I mean, from going from a really nice single story with Liquor Mart there and breathability, this looks like one heck of a wall. So that's a concern for me.
Others?
So I'm concerned about just the mass and the lack of permeability of the building, and I just think it's going to get people upset. I think they also brought up, because there's a potential conflict with the neighborhood to the east, that they implement a good neighbor plan, and I don't know what that would look like. And so that would be something. And I'm concerned, well, just the design, and I'm concerned with it wasn't clear to me if there was any on-site affordable housing, and it didn't seem like there was, and I think we should be asking for it. It also didn't seem to me to be able to target a broad group of people who might want to live there.
And that, I was just going to say, those last 2 points are kind of mine. I think increasingly, if it's possible, people want to see a mixture of affordability on site, and I think that would be an asset in that part of town. So I would love that discussion.
Great. Well, I personally, I wouldn't call it up. I'd just give a few comments tonight. Sounds like we're going to call it up, so I'll just highlight to the applicant a couple things. I thought the planning board had really good comments, and just to highlight how the western side can contribute to the 15th Street Design District, which has some really great stuff going on along those couple streets. So maybe that's a retail wrapping around or other things. And is it possible for the parking ramp to move to the east side, for example, to help with that? So that's the one thing I'll put out today.
Okay. Anything else?
So do we want to check with Adrian to see if?
Well, just want to make sure.
Well, I was just thinking, sorry, Lisa, of another of the concerns that we got because of the high school students, the high pedestrian activity in that area, the ingress and egress from the parcel, how that is located to really minimize conflict with pedestrians, how that will be done, just to be sure that is addressed.
Okay.
Just two more? And, well, sorry, I watched the planning board.
No, that's good.
One is the mix of ownership versus rental. That's a concern. I would like to see on-site ownership there, if possible, at least some of it. And also activating Canyon. That's really important, and I personally think we should be embracing the street, not putting our back against it and be afraid of it. And I certainly hope that there's a lot of true retail on that Canyon side that wraps around onto 15th. And I am curious about how this fits into the complete streets thing. And to Mary's point, it was also, this is a very important site because it was south of Canyon, and we wanted to make sure that north of Canyon and south of Canyon complemented each other, and they met across Canyon Boulevard, and that Canyon Boulevard was supposed to become a very activated, pedestrian-friendly street. But it's not going to be if the buildings aren't activated to get people on the street.
Okay. Adrian, did you have questions for us? Or want any clarity on the list we just gave out?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. That was a very comprehensive list, and it actually mirrored almost to a point everything that was discussed at Planning Board. So I just want to mention that we really appreciate having the opportunity for council to call it up at concept review rather than 6 months later at site review. By far, we prefer that. But I will also say that everything you have said was addressed in the Planning Board hearing, and we would really appreciate any further clarification of your concerns if we could at all possibly get it tonight rather than another 6 to 8 weeks from now, since by the time we had, from the time of the council of the Planning Board hearing to tonight, we're almost 4 weeks. It's going to be another 2 months almost before we can get your feedback. And the reason I ask is we can't actually do any work on this project if we don't have some confidence about what our feedback is going to be. So I know that puts you on the spot, but you, as many of you have heard the Planning Board hearing, these are very much the feedback that we've gotten, and we just would like to hear any additional feedback. But if it's between now and 6 months from now, let's have the call up in 6 weeks rather than in 6 months.
I do think if...
The call-up is scheduled for May 7th.
She said it faster than I could.
Pardon me?
May 7th.
May 7th.
Oh, we got an email earlier today that would be May 26th, so that's better. That's much better.
It's our next meeting. It's our next meeting.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, is that good enough then, for everybody? Okay, can we suspend our rules and vote now on whether we want to call it up?
Sure.
Okay, all those in favor of calling it up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay.
Did Sam make the motion to call it up?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
All those in favor of calling it up? All those opposed? Okay. Great, thank you all.
Your public hearing is regarding the Harbeck Bergheim House.
Just cranking along.
Yep.
Yvette, are you starting?
That's right.
So let me introduce Yvette Bowden, who is the Director of Parks and Recreation and I keep saying that, don't I? And the Director of Community Vitality as well. I am so sorry, Yvette. No, it's not.
Good evening. Is this on? Can you hear me? Thank you, Council, for giving us this opportunity to bring you an update and ask your permission to proceed on a very important landmark structure in the city. This evening, I'm joined by Tina Briggs as a planner in the Parks and Recreation Department, and there are many members of the community who have participated with us through this process. And in the House is also a member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, should you have questions. So I'm going to go through the agenda. We're going to just highlight for you this evening very briefly the project statement of how we began this review. Tina will go through the project process and the degree of engagement that we've undertaken over the last year. We will briefly talk about the community values that have been expressed, review option refinement, the preferred option that has most recently been identified, and then ask for approval of motion to support the exploration of a lease for Harbeck House at market rate, favorably considering community values, but in no instance less than full cost recovery. And with that, I will turn it over to Tina Briggs.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming tonight.
You're not on. There we go.
Okay. So the first thing that we'll talk about is really just the project statement. So what we used the project statement for was, in every phase that we went through, we made sure we were going back to the project statement of looking at the actual future use and ownership of the house, and then also making sure we looked at the historical and vibrant integrity, and we're paying honor to that and listening to what the community was saying about that. In addition to that, we have our Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which also went through a robust public engagement process, so making sure we looked at the mission and the goals and the objectives of that piece as well. So first, starting with just, like I said, in each phase, we really followed the engagement strategic framework that was approved by City Council in 2017. So that you can see the blue dots at the bottom corner of that. So really, in phase one, we looked at defining the issue and sharing the information. So just a bit references, each star shape is a touch point with the community. So PRAB meetings, City Council, and it might have been a meeting or an IP, public meetings and stakeholders. So in phase one, we're getting the information out there, getting people involved, and that was where we started the process of developing a stakeholder group as well to help us through that. We also looked at a variety of options. How do we reach people? So one of the first things when we went to PRAB was, are we reaching as many people as we can? So in our use of Be Heard Boulder, which is our online engagement program, we reached about 6,000 people who at least knew what was happening. And then in development of that, we have about 225 folks who get monthly updates, who have just really signed up and said, we want to know. And then in addition, we have 10 stakeholders who came to regular meetings along the way to really help us through this process. In addition, we had house tours, and you can see in phase 2 and 3, we actually brought the Landmarks Board in as well. out of phase 1, which was really that information sharing, and then into phase 2, which was developing community values, you'll see here these are the community values that were developed with the community. Rather than really talking about what the end game was, we really wanted to find out what was most important to the community. So in here you'll see interior preservation, which is, thankfully, the Museum of Boulder was there for many years, and the interior is preserved to a high level. So interior preservation was important to the community. Neighborhood compatibility was a big piece as well, making sure whatever happens in the future fits in with the neighborhood: parking, noise, lighting, public access. So in part of it, preserving the interior, we want to have access for the community to actually be able to enjoy that preservation. Community benefit is really more about what happens inside that house and how could that benefit the community in a variety of ways. Community use also speaks to how could the community actually use some space within. And then going back to the master plan alignment, we have 6 key themes that came out of that. This house really touches on 4 of those key themes: financial sustainability, taking care of what we have, building those relationships, and then organizational readiness, which you'll see is really us being nimble as an organization and listening to the community and coming up with creative solutions. Another thing that was really agreed upon is there's currently a non-conforming use to its RL1 zoning, and asking for a continuation of a year on that was something that came out as a community value, and we did apply for that, and it was extended until May 31st of 2020.
Quick question, Tina, on that. The non-conforming use, is that limited to what the previous use was, or does it?
Currently, yes. And so it's really a non-conforming use as a museum. So what that does is there's just really a difference on what the process would be if you were trying to change the zoning versus trying to apply for a new non-conforming. So the process just changes a little bit on.
And if I might piggyback on that, Mary, what would occur as we get to the preferred option for your discussion is any anticipated use would have to wait through that competitive process should council give us that direction, and then would kind of be defined and have to be pursued by either a tenant or purchaser based on council's direction this evening.
So it's not limited to a museum use, but a different use would need to go through a process?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So this extension was merely pursued to make sure it wouldn't expire during the review process of whatever might come out of this discussion.
Thank you.
Could I ask? So, thank you for your explanation. So I'm curious, could it house offices without a use review? I mean, a change in use, or?
Change in use will always require a review.
Right, so, but right now it's a museum, right?
Correct.
But they had offices in that museum, right? Historic Boulder had their office
As
in
part
there.
of their museum operation.
Museum of Boulder, was it?
Yeah, Museum of Boulder, sorry. So couldn't you?
I think it very much depends on the use that comes through whatever the process.
Okay.
And we did not want to predetermine anything.
No, and I
The
appreciate
extension
that.
was merely pursued to allow us to continue on in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so continuing on in phase 3 and 4, these are really, now that we have the values defined, was really looking at what are those options and how do we boil those down into something that makes sense for the community and for the city. So in April of last year, 3 main options were presented to City Council. That was sale, retain and lease, and then retain for city use. So what we were discovering within our research, our idea generation, case studies that we did, we found that there were a lot of different types of examples that could be successful under each heading. So we really looked into those, delved into those into the case studies, and then used a first round of filters. We checked in with the community again on these filters. Are they the right things? So things that really, in our first full list, as we looked at interior preservation. If it didn't include interior preservation, it didn't move on to the next round. It had to align with at least 2 of the master plan themes. It had to also not require a large amount of unidentified capital. So the city use also fell into a slightly different category. So we looked at use those within Parks and Recreation and citywide, and found the best use right now doesn't fit in this house at the moment. So we moved on with that, and then we went back to those next 5 options to community input, public meetings, Landmarks Board, and PREB also had a joint board meeting, and finally, our preferred option of the retain and lease. So what we're looking at is bringing a preferred option, which was brought up in the first slide, is recommending the house is offered for lease in a competitive and transparent proposal process, weighing in on community values as the criteria for the evaluation, accepting no less than cost recovery rate, really satisfying at a minimum those general maintenance and adequate annual funding repairs and replacements. So I brought a lot of the numbers to the board, and it's in your memo as well. So I didn't want to rehash a lot of that tonight. Oops. So the feedback when we went to the preferred option was a unanimous vote in favor of the recommendation by our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. We do have a letter of support from the Landmarks Board to our PREB. And then we have other organizations who have sent letters of support in varying degrees. So the University Hill Neighborhood Association, Historic Boulder, and Friends of Harbeck-Bergheim House. 2 of the 3 of those are in your packet. One came slightly after, but it was sent in council email, so you should have copies of that. And then overall, going to the community, we had overall support to move forward with the recommendation. So what would happen next if we were approved by City Council to move forward was to begin the development of a request for proposal, assembling a review team to actually look at those proposals, development and review. We would follow up with PREB at each milestone, and they would vote on anything over a 1-year lease length, and City Council would be brought anything over 3 with a PREB approval as well. So in addition to some of these things, the department has actually put together a few things that they're going to do regardless, and one of those is looking at renovation or rehabilitation of the stained glass window in the staircase of the house. And then we are going to pursue interior preservation easement, as well as if there were to be a lease, any future changes would have to go through, we would have an easement, and we would have it written in the lease what those requirements would allow.
You said you are going to do interior
We would
rehab?
pursue,
For the window.
Just for the window?
Right, and we have worked with the community and appreciate that this is a critical component, and the level of disrepair concerns the department. This window of time right now allows us to proceed with that. It is currently unfunded. We would include it in our CIP and undertake that work as soon as possible as we go through this competitive process.
So we're bringing the motion language forward tonight. A motion to support the exploration of a lease for the Harbeck-Bergheim House at market rate, favorably considering community values, but in no instance less than full cost recovery.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any questions before public comment? Yeah. Yep.
I have 2 questions before public comment. One you started to answer, but I just want to make sure I'm pretty clear on this. So the house is landmarked, so that really affects the outside of the house. And it sounds like you're going to be putting in place, I think you referred to them as historic easements or some sort of covenants, is that right?
Is easement.
Yes, so we would grant an interior easement.
Interior easement. So that some of the interior historic features, in addition to the window, like the fireplace and some of the other things, could not be disturbed. So I guess my question is, can that level of, will that level of protection protect the historic elements of the interior house equally well, regardless of whether the house is leased or sold? In other words, can we have confidence that we'll have easements in place and will protect the historic elements if it's leased? And same covenants could be put in place, or easements could be put in place that were protected if someday the house was sold. Is that a fair assumption?
It would probably be likely to take a different format. So one is an interior easement during a lease, and the other one might be a deed restriction, but I think that's to be negotiated and with consideration of our council.
Yeah, I'm less worried about the kind of the legal nature of it, more just
It's the same.
from a historic preservation. It can be preserved regardless of whether we lease it or sell it. Is that right?
Yes, it may in any instance, whether it's, but probably more likely as it relates to should sale ever be considered, it might impact the sale price.
Oh, I'm sure it probably would. I don't want to get in the economics. I just want to make sure the house would be preserved, whether we
Correct.
lease it or sell it.
Correct.
Okay, great. Second question, different line. You talked about full cost recovery, and I thought the memo did a good job of kind of outlining what that would be and what the expectation would be of a tenant to effectively reimburse us or pay themselves, as the case may be, for those maintenance and operations expenses and repair and replacement. I've spent a lot of time in that house, and I know that it's probably not really well set up for some of the contemplated uses. So I imagine there's going to need to be some upfront capital. So I'm not talking about the annual operations costs. I'm talking about the upfront capital. I know you don't know what the uses are, so it's kind of hard for you to tell us what those numbers would be. So my question is not a financial number. For example, it's not fully ADA compliant. There's a lot of issues with that house because it's a house. So would your expectation be, when you say full cost recovery, would your expectation be that the tenant also pay for or reimburse the city for those tenant improvements, those upfront capital improvements, so that the city's not out of pocket? I know we're going to do the window. I'm not talking about the window, but I'm talking about anything else to make it suitable for whatever the intended use is. Is that your expectation the tenant would pay for those as well?
Largely, yes, and I do want to put one clarification. It is not anywhere at the current point able to be specified of what that might be. We do have some very far-reaching numbers, but those don't include soft costs. Not fully confident in that, and it's very much dependent on use, and we're not sure what might achieve a waiver or not through Landmark. So I think there's a lot of unknowns about that. We also, in our CIP, don't have anything funded, so I don't necessarily see it as a reimbursement. We would initiate any negotiation and competitive process to be absorbed by the tenant.
Sounds like you got some range of numbers. I know, obviously, are we talking like thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars? I just want to kind of get it.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
So in the earlier IP, or maybe an earlier memo when we gave you the last update, since then we did an appraisal, and the market rent conclusions kind of showed us a need for a lot of, I go to the prior one. We anticipate it's in the hundreds of thousands.
So we're looking at the bottom of the slide.
If it was a residential renovation, the professionals in the industry have given us a general range of $468,000. For if it was just pure office, to meet everything we're told is $441,000, none of which is currently in our CIP or other funds as we are currently aware. There is a lot that may not be necessary, but it very much depends on the use.
That gives us an order of magnitude. And you were just about to show us, and then I'll yield the microphone, the appraisal.
Yes.
Can you flip to that next slide, the $3 million? So the appraiser thinks that on the market, I guess my question is, that $3,066,000 is as is where is, right? In other words, that's that wouldn't require any expenditure. He thinks that the ballpark purchase price would be $3 million plus or minus a little bit, and then the new owner would presumably pay that $400,000 or whatever it is to get it up to snuff, depending on what their use is. Okay, good. That's real helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mary?
Well, I kind of have a follow-up question to Bob's. In that assessment, one of the things that caught my attention was the boiler condition, that it's undersized and it's leaking, and does that present any kind of safety issues? I didn't dive deep in there.
Over the years, we continue to work with FAM to make sure that the building is not deteriorating and that the systems are protected. Their recommendation is tied to an assumed use of the entire structure, and just like other systems that are in the building that would I think the city has been hesitant to undertake certain things until we understood what that use was going to.
And so this, in that previous slide, the residential and the office use expense renovations, did that include the boiler replacement?
So those were really more averages based on square footage. So the appraiser came in and looked at average cost of square footage, and then looking at the condition of the house in general, put up kind of a...
So it's not an itemized list.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then, so the recommendation to lease it at cost recovery, that brings some implications with it for other city buildings. So this is a city building that used to be rented for $1 a year, as is the Dairy Center for the Arts, as is Chautauqua. So as a matter of fairness, and BIMOCA. So does that now imply that those leases would be
I think that's a policy decision for council, but
There's also the challenge with the park fund. So this building was purchased with park fund dollars and is maintained with park fund dollars. Those other buildings you all mentioned are general fund. They're managed by the Facilities and Asset Management Division of Public Works. So if you wanted to move this out of parks, you could do dollar leases. One of the reasons parks is doing cost recovery, because it's not a parks use to lease a building for a community purpose. So when you change it out of a parks use, the cost recovery gives you protection under the charter.
So it's not the way I was looking at it is not apples to apples. There's a distinct difference
It
here.
could be, but that's the policy choice Yvette's talking about. You could move it into the general fund and repay the parks for the cost of the building, and then you could do that sort of thing. But as a parks use, they're constrained in what they can do with it.
the other thing is we did weigh and have that exact discussion with the boards and commissions, and I think looking at the master plan direction we received from the community weighed heavily into how do you decide on making such investments versus others. We've had instruction over the years to continuously look at the cost of our capital and make sure that we are equitably distributing that and managing the properties that we have. And so I think it's one consideration, but Tom is right that this has a lot to do with the funding.
And then, see, I already asked the museum use. So, given that the renovations could happen, may not happen, what I'm asking is could there potentially be a scenario in which the lease contains certain capital expenses that whoever were to get this lease could commit to and raise funds for it, and then that could be taken into consideration with respect to the full cost recovery?
That would be somewhat inconsistent from what we heard from the boards and commissions, but I think that's why we're here today. I would point out that that would be a point of negotiation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, can I piggyback on that? That's the one thing I just want to understand is one of the thought is maybe lease it to nonprofits, but there's a $468,000, right? Yeah. Price, no, whatever.
Depending on the use.
Okay, over $400,000 though, which would kind of knock a bunch of folks right out of contention. So I just want to make sure that that's what we're talking about.
The regular lease cost recovery, so similar to people can come in, use as is, appreciating that the building has no air conditioning throughout, that the ADA access is what it is, that the restrooms are not four-piece restrooms, that, all these other things, and use it in its current condition, and not necessarily make that degree of investment. This is not a restoration. These are
upgrades. Okay.
So
yeah, those renovations were also, so you can see the difference of the as is and the if renovated. So what that was really calculated is just to show for For example, if you put this much in, you could increase the rent this much, was kind of what that calculation was intended to do, not to necessarily say the building needs this much. So we also, in this appraisal, that's what that was looking at. At the inspection, that's a different level of these things need to happen to the building versus just showing you what an investment could change.
Gotcha. Lisa? And then we're going to go to public comment.
So I had actually, and I didn't talk to Mary, but I had the same question about the boiler with the hole in it. And it just brought up the issue for me about what's the responsibility of the person who's leasing the building versus what's the responsibility of the leaseor, the city. And so I'm just curious.
It's a negotiating, should we have direction from council this evening to proceed, we develop a transparent process to explore what those thoughts are, and people would engage in negotiation. The process is not intended to take anyone out. Again, these are required. This is what would happen if.
Right.
And so I think it very much depends on uses and the direction that we receive from you tonight.
Okay, and then I think in your answer to Mary about different upgrades, those would be options or something. And I'll just make a comment that I was a bit surprised to see air conditioning in there. And this is Colorado. It's
getting hotter.
Yeah. It's not Kansas City.
Okay. Yeah, really. So let's go to the public comment. You said 10 people are signed up?
I don't know.
Each person has up to 3 minutes. Don't feel obligated to use it all. If you can start with your, you can do what you want. If you can start with your name and address, that'd be great. And the first person up is who? Carol Taylor.
Hi, I'm Carol Taylor, 595 Euclid Avenue, Boulder, Colorado. Good evening. I'm the Executive Director of Historic Boulder, and as you might know, Historic Boulder has been saving important places in Boulder since 1972. We helped write the Landmarks Ordinance, and we successfully restored or protected over a dozen buildings, including landmarks like the Highland School and the iconic Boulder Theater, and we've supported the designation of all 10 of our historic districts. We know that the Harbeck-Bergheim House is a symbol of historic preservation in our community. They don't make them like this anymore. We believe that just as Milton Bergheim intended in 1969, that the house should be preserved for its historical significance and should be made available to the public. Our vision is that the house will become a cultural facility which could accommodate programs, lectures, small exhibitions, meetings, teas, luncheons, holiday gatherings, and other events. Historic Boulder hopes to offer our 47 years of experience to assist with providing restoration experts and with obtaining preservation funds to make this property shine like the jewel that it was built to be. We've participated in all of the stakeholder and public meetings and have been impressed by the Parks and Recreation Department's thorough, respectful, and transparent process, and by their willingness to listen to all of us. We support the department retaining this house as one of its 12 cultural assets, and we support the cost recovery lease motion presented. Historic Boulder looks forward to working with the city to bring a vibrant new chapter to this unique property so it can once again be a source of community pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Otis Taylor. And then Sherry.
I have a soft voice and I'm getting old. So basically, I've lived in Boulder since 1977, bought my first house in 73. I've had one house that was on the National Register, and I've been within 9 blocks and a mile of this Harbeck house. And A city is judged by its culture, by its art, by its architecture, by its history, and that's how you judge the great cities. And a great city can be small, like Santa Fe, or a great city can be big. And I just hope that you do the lease program so the city can stay big. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Bells?
I'm Sherry Bells. I am the new president for Historic Boulder. And first, we'd like to thank Parks and Rec for an excellent outreach effort, and it was a transparent and thorough process, and you did a great job listening to the community. Since the 70s, Historic Boulder and the city have worked to protect Boulder's architectural and cultural assets. As Carol noted, that preservation ordinance was adopted and a department was formed to oversee that ordinance. The preservation plan is currently winding down their 5-year update, and in the existing plan and the update, one of the goals and objectives is to ensure that the city of Boulder remains a leader in historic preservation through the careful stewardship of its own cultural and historic resources and encouragement of innovative and collaborative approaches to historic preservation. Harbeck-Bergheim is a cultural and historic resource owned by the city, and if we're going to walk the talk, it means let's be a steward of this property, don't sell it. And if we want to further walk the talk and encourage innovative and collaborative approach, it seems that would mean working together with the group to help provide that stewardship. And Historic Boulder is excited about that possibility. It'll be a living example of how you transition a historic place over time without losing its sense of history, allowing for continuity and connection with the community. It will represent both the past and the future of Boulder and its values. It will help strengthen the community by demonstrating its relationship and relevancy to the community. It is understood how important a balanced budget is, but also understood as the advantage of holding on to cultural assets and making them work for you. I have previously been on the boards of the BCVA, before it was BMOCA, and the dairy. Both of these are historic assets that the city leased for $1 a year. As well, you had been leasing Harbeck House for $1 a year to the Boulder Museum of History. Any lessee for the Harbeck-Bergheim House should be given the same opportunity to provide community benefit to the city. While a cost recovery rate for a balanced budget is desired, the cost recovery rate stated for Harbeck-Bergheim seems to have been figured using an industry standard percentage, not necessarily an actual cost rate. So if Historic Boulder comes in and gets historic grants, which could be used for all of these costs, are they still going to also have to pay the funds to the city of Boulder? We encourage the City Council to adopt a motion to lease the Harbeck-Bergheim House, but to explore a rate beneficial to all parties, but particularly to the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan.
Hi there, my name is Susan Gaydon. I live at 5830 Orchard Creek Lane in Gun Barrel. I'm here to speak for the motion to support the exploration of a lease for the Harbeck-Bergheim House. My husband and I moved to Boulder from the California Bay Area a year ago, and prior to moving, I worked at the Ainsley House Museum in Campbell, California. Like the Harbeck House, the Ainsley House was donated to the city by the family, with the proviso that it be maintained as a community asset. And like the Harbeck House, the Ainsley House needed much repair and refurbishment. But the biggest undertaking was moving the entire 5,000 square foot house in one piece from its original location to the city center. It was a huge undertaking. Involving taking out streetlights, and it was a big deal. Today, the Ainsley House Museum is operated as a joint venture between the City of Campbell and the Campbell Museum Foundation. Through the commitment of the museum director, her staff, the foundation, and the city, the house is a vital part of the city and beyond. Volunteer docents immerse visitors in the time and place of the Ainsley family. A history detective's field trip correlated with the third grade history track keeps the museum busy 10 months out of the year. Adults are welcomed with history happy hour lectures on a broad range of topics and wine and music events featuring local musicians. The foundation hosts Christmas and Mother's Day tea fundraisers in the Carriage House, and the garden is a beautiful setting for weddings and other special events. These are some examples of what the Harbeck House might provide to benefit the residents of Boulder and our neighboring communities. And I know there are plenty of creative minds in Boulder already thinking of great ways to utilize this resource. And so far, I haven't heard anybody mention moving the house, so there's that. Some older visitors to the Ainsley House have told us that they rode their bikes past the house when they were kids, and they always wondered what it was like inside. Thanks to the Ainsley family, the city, and the foundation, they were finally able to see it for themselves. The Harbeck-Bergheim House is just as much a local treasure. It would be a shame if it were buried treasure. Therefore, I highly recommend the City Council consider leasing at less than cost recovery rate to a lessee that would be a good steward, preserve the integrity of the home, and share it with the community. I was heartened to hear that the city contributed $4 million to the new Museum of Boulder project. It shows the commitment of Boulder to the arts and culture of our area, and compared to that, the Harbeck-Bergheim House will be a bargain. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank Council, and particularly Parks and Rec, for a very open, very positive process. We're very pleased to live in the neighborhood. My name is Joe Stepanek. My wife, Carolyn Holmes, and I live at 720 11th Street, roughly halfway between two unique places, Chautauqua Park and the Harbeck House. I'm happy to add my comments as a Boulder friend of Chautauqua, add my comments on top of those you've already received from Carl Anuda. I have a particular point to make. I'm struck by the fact that we Boulderites can enjoy our trails, lovely as they are, and also our open space without any direct cost. And yet we demand many of our treasures stand alone. Talking about Harbeck House standing alone, Bandshell, Chautauqua, Museum of Boulder, BMOCA, the dairy. Fortunately, the City Council has agreed to $1 a year lease in many cases. The rental rates in themselves are not an issue, I don't believe, nor is the selling of tickets for entry to help cost recover. But what if the very business model itself causes the erosion of the very place we seek to protect? That's my worry. Fortunately, this worry does not apply to many of these treasures, but it does exist. Boulder may yet want to consider general fund support and also a dairy-like tax to support these few treasures. So I urge Council to not only support this unique opportunity, but also to be generous of spirit in a very wealthy, unique town. Thank you very much, and thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa.
Lisa Spalding. I'm here as a member of the University Hill Neighborhood Association Executive Committee, and we would like to encourage you to support the staff's recommendation for the future of the Harbeck-Bergheim House. Una was represented in the stakeholder group, and we would like to say that Tina Briggs' skillful use of the engagement strategic framework proves that the hard work done by the public participation working group has paid off. She just did an amazing job. Staff's recommendation reflects a true consensus among public participants and a compromise that reflects both the needs of the Parks and Recreation Department and the desires of our community. We would also recommend that in the future you consider creating a pathway to consolidating all of the historic properties owned by the city and its various departments. We believe it would ensure that the properties are protected and used to benefit the community in the most efficient and financially responsible way possible. And now, I've kind of debated whether being really honest about this. This is my personal opinion, but I know, Bob, you were talking about selling this house to a family. Selling this house to a family with children, the end of August, the students come back. Across the street is just a sea of students, and no one will sleep. It would be a crime to try and get that much money for that house, have those people fix it up, and then for them to go into the house and find out what's around them. So it's not very diplomatic, but I'm being honest. I think, that would be a big mistake. So talk to Ken Wilson and Andrew Shoemaker.
Thank you, Lisa. Catherine Barth?
Hi, I'm Catherine Barth. I'm a preservation architect, and I usually come before you to talk about issues of saving buildings. And this is a building we definitely would like to save. I'm sure you've read Carl Anuta's letter, and I'd like to just look at the last paragraph of his letter. And he talks about there was a historic assessment that Liz Hallis made, and in the last part of it, she says in her memo of interior character defining features, she says that the study was, quote, limited in nature and is not to be seen as a comprehensive interior assessment. The site visit included a visual review of interior spaces only. No destructive investigations occurred to further inform the observations. Friends really recommends that a comprehensive study be undertaken. And happily, we understand that Parks and Rec has applied for a State Historic Fund grant that would do just that. They would be studying that building and other Park Service buildings in a historic structure assessment type of study. And I really think this is what it needs. This is a very fragile interior and a very, very precious interior. Some of the things that should be addressed are including testing of the wood, the different kinds of wood, testing of the stone, of the mortars, of the paint, of the plaster, as well as structural testing to just adhere to, how strong is the stone, how strong are the interior partitions. So it needs a good structural evaluation, and then it needs to have an electrical analysis as well as some other things. These will help to guide future decisions about where we proceed with the Harbeck-Bergheim House. And because the Landmarks Board can only review the exterior of a property like this, even with interior easements, there will need to be a lot of guidance. And we think there's a wonderful future for it, and we're very, very excited. And I want to thank Yvette and Tina and Jeff and Caitlin very much for the transparent and really engaging exchange we've all had. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Rishi.
My name is Rishi Raj, and I live 2 blocks from the Harbeck House. And I think I got inspired to work with Historic Boulder and Carl Anuta, who's formed these Friends for Friends of the Harbeck House, Bergheim House. And because I sensed a grassroots upsurge in support of this, whatever it is, and that became very evident when we had the first kind of town hall meeting at the Academy in the fall of last year. And PRAB had the usual things, boards, you go over here, you do this, you do that. But the community spoke up and said, look, why don't you listen to us as a group? And they agreed to do that. And out of that discussion, this large group discussion, came the kind of the inspiration to move on and work with the PRAB to come up with what has happened. I mean, that was the beginning. So what are grassroots movements? Martin Luther King's movement was a grassroots. The people's movement. People's movements always succeed because there's an emotion behind them, there's a vision behind it, there's a need behind it. And the vision we have for the Harbeck House is that it is a place where historic Boulder and the community come together and interact in a beautiful place next to a park, looking at the Flatirons, and create a place where community can come together and meet and generate new ideas to grow out of that activity, So the venue does matter in bringing the community together, and here we have a beautiful venue with historic Boulder taking charge of looking after it. And I think things will happen, magic will happen if you allow this to go forward. And you talk about, the Hill Commercial District, that will benefit from it. Because people will come to the Harbeck House and go to the Hill for a cup of coffee and come back and talk about it. So there are many, many elements to this initiative which we cannot really foresee right now, but I can feel it viscerally that we have something here which is likely to really blossom and grow and flourish in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer.
Mayor, council members, good evening. My name is Jennifer Kovarik. I live at 910 Portland Place, and I'm currently the vice chair of the Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I had a few thoughts for tonight. First, I'm really excited to be here and hear your consideration in this important decision. I very much appreciated the partnerships with community members, many of whom are here tonight, community organizations, and the opportunity to partner with the Landmarks Board as we considered decisions or recommendations. I believe you've heard several times about how thoughtful this process has been, how engaging, and I would share that I certainly have felt that way. I'm very proud of the Parks and Recreation team and how this process was designed and navigated to get us to this recommendation for you tonight. I am happy to speak more about my decision to support the at least cost recovery model, should you desire more information. And would just note that after attending many sessions in community spaces, it's clear there's a passion for this property, and I look forward to seeing how that translates into our future initiative together. Thank you for your time and energy. And let me know if you have any further questions for myself tonight. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for being here. Fran Sheets.
Hi, my name is Fran Sheets, and I am chair of the Landmarks Board right now, and I would just like to say that the letter that we wrote, we stand behind. We were really happy to be part of the process, to be included in it, and we are very happy to have this outcome. Speaking personally for myself, I'm really afraid of this full cost recovery issue, and I'm afraid that it might really not be a successful process if that's what we stick by. And so I encourage you to look at that idea and maybe treat this as under one position. We support the idea of having one position that looks over all our landmarks and all the different programs that we have going in these different buildings with BMOCA and all the other buildings that the city does support. So this should probably be included in that under one person overseeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the end of the list? Okay, we will close the public comment. I do have one more question for staff. And it gets back to what we were just talking about. The concept that keeps bubbling up is a little bit, seems to be, I'll just ask the question. If we have somebody who's interested in leasing, that is also going to invest in renovation and upgrading, we'll call it, the facility, I guess, if we say full cost recovery, does it take into account the upgrade as part of that, or no? Or is that additional direction you would need from us?
We would certainly appreciate that direction. The cost recovery number really comes from our estimation in an ability to take care of the basic infrastructure. So I believe if our former person that received a declaration earlier this evening were here, she'd talk about the experience of taking care of this property, the utilities, the mowing the lawn, when the staff thinks about it, we think about the roof. We think about other things on the property that have to be considered. Our intention tonight is to get your general direction and then to develop a transparent and clean process that allows us to open up ideas and negotiation. We have no idea what that might come to, and welcome what that might come or whatever other direction you gave. And if we end up with nobody at cost recovery, PREB would receive that update, as would council, and then we would go from there.
Okay. I wanted to float the idea that we chew on this idea, and I guess I want to know what other people think about taking care of an asset and improving an asset is something that's of value to the community, especially if there's also public access as part of that. And I guess, to me, if you guys agree, I think that should be, that would be a higher purpose than leasing it to somebody. Well, anyhow, I guess to me those are more important than, say, selling this to somebody so it becomes a private house. So I guess, and I guess I would, what? Oh.
I was going to bring that up.
Oh, okay. So that's what you were getting at. And I guess to me, full cost recovery, we should be flexible about that, especially if public use and upgrades are a part of that equation, so that they're taking they're enhancing the public asset and also allowing the public to use it as part of that. To me, that goes in the one category. So maybe that's obvious from what you're saying, but to me, I guess I want us to be clear about that. Okay. Yeah.
Can I say something quickly about the cost recovery too? So when we are talking about a dollar lease, if we go back and look at the original dollar lease for Harbeck House, included in that dollar lease was all of the operations, maintenance, renovation, replacement included. So the idea in that original dollar lease is that organization then would take care of everything else. So a few years later, that lease was renegotiated because the organization realized as those big expenses come, it's really hard for an organization to be able to do that. So when we started talking about the cost recovery, what we talked about is having that organization actually pay that sort of monthly fee so that when those big pieces come up, it's actually the city who's then responsible for them, but has the funding to make sure that those are taken care of. So knowing that a large roof expenditure might be able for an organization to take care of that, but then following that, if you had 2 or 3 other things that went wrong, that could damage an organization pretty quickly. So that was really where we started talking about that cost recovery when you do compare it to that dollar lease and what that structure really looked like originally.
Okay, so we have a queue. It started over here.
I have a clarifying question about that, if I may.
Yep.
Yeah. So you said the lease was renegotiated?
Yeah.
First, I just have to make one comment, which is it's so nice to hear that the public process worked. So kudos all around. The question is, when you renegotiated the dollar lease, what happened then? Did it go to the Museum of
The museum was already in the property.
Right.
And
So who took up the slack then, is my question? City?
So there were, yeah, so in the original lease, there was a requirement to do a few things, make it ADA accessible, add fire suppression. Those things weren't completed in the lease, and so the organization came back and pleaded the case, saying this is a community value. They were doing a lot of other really amazing things for the community. So balancing that, then basically the Parks and Recreation put on the ADA ramp in the back and forgave part of a loan that they have basically given for this fire suppression system.
So and that came out of Parks funding?
yes.
That was
Over the years, it has been a combination of either FAM, am I correct, Jeff Haley? It was either FAM or Parks and Recreation. And we've all tried to work together in partnership. We're not trying to predispose any of that tonight. We're just trying to explain what the basis of some of the thinking is. This is not a profit center. It's an expensive property.
Right.
And we just wanted there to be a discussion and for you to have transparency on that.
Okay. Aaron?
More clarifying, but.
And then Bob, then Mary, then Cindy.
So, Tom, the question for you, you mentioned earlier about making sure we stayed in line with charter provisions. Are we okay with being a little flexible on cost recovery and not running afoul of the charter?
So it would depend on what the purpose was. If you could, I think you can call a museum a parks purpose. There's lots of museums and parks around the world. So I'm not as uncomfortable at what happened with Museum of Boulder. If it was a museum, I'd be more comfortable with that. It depends on the purpose. Leasing it to somebody who clearly doesn't have a park connection would be a lot harder. And I might then recommend that the general fund make up any difference between full cost recovery and what the parks is paying.
But that would take care of it then, like if there was a couple $1,000 shortfall and the city needed to step forward and provide that, if it came from the general fund, would we be safe?
I'd be much more comfortable with that, yes. Because then you're not using the parks fund for non-parks purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Bob?
I was going to make a comment, so if other people have still have questions.
No, I think we're on to comments.
Okay, I'll do comments then. Usually, I'm aligned with our historic preservation community, and I plan to be in the future. But this is one instance where I'm going to be the crotchety fiscal conservative. Sorry. I think as we consider whether to lease this house or sell it, which is probably the only other option, I think we have to ask ourselves 4 questions. First, we have to ask ourselves, what are we trying to achieve here? If what we're trying to achieve is historic preservation, which I fully support, I believe that we're already achieving that, and we have plans to further achieve that through easements and covenants and deed restrictions. In fact, we already heard from the city staff that we can protect this house historically just as easily as a lease asset as a sale asset, so we can get to that historic preservation. The city doesn't have to hold the deed in order to preserve this property. And in fact, we've seen several examples of that from Historic Boulder itself. Historic Boulder has done a great job of placing covenants and deed restrictions on houses like the Hannah Barker House and the Arnett Fullen House here in town, which are now very successfully occupied by private residents. In fact, we have dozens and dozens of historic houses in this town that are very well protected that are not owned by the city. As a matter of fact, I think this is the only one that is owned by the city. Second, we have to ask ourselves, if we didn't own this house now and it was for sale today, would we go out and spend $3 million to buy it? I think the answer is no, we wouldn't. In fact, we spent a lot of time last week struggling with the hundreds of millions of dollars in deferred maintenance and projects that we're facing. So I don't think, if we would not buy a Victorian mansion for $3 million today, I don't know why we would continue to hold an asset that's worth $3 million when those $3 million can be placed to other purposes. Number 3, I think we have to ask ourselves, what's the highest and best use of this house? It was built as a house. For most of its history, it was used as a house. It has 6 bedrooms, 2 baths, a kitchen, a living room, an attic, and a basement. I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours in that house. It is a really, really crummy place for an office. You're just a chopped up bedrooms is what you're talking about. As we've seen, it's going to take hundreds of thousands of dollars to convert this into some sort of commercial use, whether it's office or a daycare or an event space or whatever it is. We talked a little bit about the boiler. I think that nonprofits can do better in space that is built for offices rather than camping out in bedrooms, quite frankly. I think it'd be cheaper for them and, quite frankly, more functional. So why not return this to its intended use, which is as a house with full protective covenants, just as the Hannah Barker House and the Arnett Fullen House are today. And fourth, I think we have to ask ourselves, what will best serve our community? Now, there's been some examples given of properties owned by the city, which we lease to cultural facilities for $1 a year, like Chautauqua and Bomoka and Dairy Center, and in fact, this house, when it was open as a museum. But in all those 4 instances, those institutions provided wide public access, provided cultural facilities, provided experiences for tens of thousands of people every year. What I'm hearing is people want to lease this house as offices, and that may benefit one tenant. And the best we can do in that situation is break even. It looks like we're struggling to break even there, and the beneficiary of that is one tenant. If, on the other hand, if we sell the property for the appraised value of $3 million or thereabouts, that frees up $3 million for projects that benefit the entire community, including all of the hundreds of millions of dollars in projects we talked about last week. So I think we already find ourselves with too much property. The city owns too much property that we don't know what to do with. We're going to spend some time in a few weeks talking about what to do with the hospital. And we should not exacerbate that problem by hanging on to a house which we would not buy today if it was for sale, and for which best we can hope for, if we lease it, is to break even. So I'd say let's place covenants and deed restrictions on the house to protect it inside and out, protect it in perpetuity. And just as Historic Boulder did with the Arnett Fullen House and with the Hannah Barker House, sell it for what the market will bear, and use the proceeds to benefit the entire community. That's my position.
Mary.
So I wanted to make a motion. I'd like to, with a change, if council will.
Are people ready for a motion? Is everybody cool? Okay. Hope so.
Okay, so I would like to move to support the exploration of a lease for the Harbeck-Bergheim House at market rate, favorably considering community values with the following change. Instead of, but in no instance at less than full recovery, replace that with, but expect it to be no less than full cost recovery.
So second, can you explain that? So you're saying, but expected, so it's
but expected to be no less than full cost recovery. So it just provides a little wiggle room, which is what you were talking about.
So that's the expectation, but it's not.
But it's not in no instance.
Okay. Okay. You want to speak to it?
So thanks, Bob. I appreciate that you shared your position with us. I do think that the glowing reviews of the community outreach process that Tina carried out speaks to what the community would like to see. And I think that that's what we should do, is follow what was so carefully concluded by the outreach process. I think that there's a possibility that an organization could come in and do a lot of the renovations, and then perhaps in the future sell, who knows? But in which case the house could potentially be in much better shape than it is now. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for the city to add to its reputation as a leader in historic preservation. So I fully support the staff recommendation with that one change.
Yes, you're the seconder, and then we're going to you.
I also appreciate your comments, Bob. But I think this has been part of our community for a long time, and I think to go out of where the public process is headed after it being done so thoroughly, which I totally appreciate. I appreciate that. I also, I used to live up there and really close, 1 block away from there, and I used to go there with my young son a lot to Beach Park, and then in those days you could go into the house, and it clearly needs some care and some renovations, but it's truly a beautiful, beautiful house. I wonder if whoever comes forward or in this next step, if we might link it stronger to the revitalization of the Hill and look to how you might use the Harbeck House to connect to the Hill and the my brain is dead. Anyway, the mutual benefit they would have with each other. And, you know, when you think about where it is and where the alley is that comes up behind 13th Street, and Andrew Shoemaker used to talk about activating that alley and making it a mural highway, or not a mural highway, but, you know, lined with murals and art and having some small stores on there. So people would want to come up there. And to me, it's a natural place for people to get off of the commercial part of the Hill to go enjoy the park, the house, the views of the Flatirons. So I see that there may be some real potential there to help with the revitalization of the Hill, plus to maintain the historic integrity, and the community has spoken so strongly about the house and their purposes or their visions for it. I'm also interested, but I'm not directing at this point, I am interested in some of the comments people said about historic Boulder and what part they might play in helping with the restoration of the house. So this is a beautiful house, and I'm glad we're where we are. So thank you.
Cindy.
So I would like to see a little more flexibility. I was taken with what some of the public comment was, in the sense of being able to, because it provides such community benefit and value, that it not be held for making up what has happened in the past when the prior tenant did not keep it to the rate at which it was expected, if not fulfilled. So I would like to see it at a rate beneficial to the community as a whole, so that there could be some movement there and have some flexibility built in. When I think of the house, and it was some people in the, some people spoke to this, it's like the alumni house, the Koenig Alumni House on the university campus, which was also a house. It was the president's house. And when it became untenable to live there, much as Lisa Spalding spoke of the Hill being difficult to live in certain places, it became this other use and serves the university community and the larger community, actually, for those who want to use it. And so I could see those kinds of uses being there, which would provide community value, which would also preserve the place. It would be at some cost, I would think, to the city if we had flexibility there, but I certainly think it's worth it if it was subsidized for so many years to the Boulder History Museum, as it was then known, that it would be worthwhile putting in some subsidy now to help with the historic preservation and uses that the community sees. So I could offer a friendly amendment to that motion, or if other people want to speak to this before.
Well, if it was a motion, what would it be?
It would be that the recovery, whatever the cost is, rather than it be at market value, that it be at a rate beneficial to the community as a whole, and let them come up with that. Let there be some exploration of that, rather than me having to say X amount. I have no idea. But we have many people in the community who are very versed in that, know about grants, and may have some suggestions to meet in that way to help with some of the needs that would be taken and could go forward. And again, this is exploring it. It's not saying, but it would be, leave that kind of leeway rather than have it be market rate.
So I have a question, Cindy, that the amended version of the motion, that was kind of the intention, to open up the possibility for some flexibility?
I didn't realize that, because it does say I think market rate is quite different than.
Well, it doesn't say market rate, it just says full cost recovery. And the motion is such that it, here, let me bring it back up. Instead of saying in no instance at less than full cost recovery, there is no mention of market rate. And then, and the motion replaces, but in no instance at less than full cost recovery, replaces it with, but expect it to be no less than full cost recovery. So it provides a little bit of flexibility there.
So if that leeway is built in and everyone's clear that this is something that we would look at in varying forms, I was thinking we could have different options, I would hope, presented, that the community, that the same group would come up with.
Well, I don't know if they're going to come up with options. I think if they find somebody that fits the bill. But we're going to put out a request for proposals.
So could I just add one more thing about I appreciated Tina's explanation about how that full cost recovery works. It's actually, to me, it sounded kind of the way HOAs work, where you pay into it, and then when you have a huge expense, you've got the money there. So I actually like the way that was proposed and set up. So there should be some sort of cost recovery, but I think the language, the proposed language in the motion is such that there's a little bit of wiggle room.
So in looking at the cost recovery, there were a couple of them in there. Was that the $36,000 a year?
Yes.
So, right, so cost recovery was $36,000 a year, so which is about $3,000 a month. Market rate, which I just want to make sure, just to clarify, that was estimated around $6,000 a month, and we weren't talking about market rate. We really were talking about that $3,000 cost recovery.
So, again, I would just like to see the flexibility if it's in there.
It's in
So
there.
that it's, that was the intention.
So I just want to be clear, that's the intent of changing that last phrase.
Great. Sorry to be so dense.
Sam.
Okay, sorry. Sam.
So, I mean, following along this conversation, I think this is a great evaluation model to look at because it takes into account both the dollars but also the community benefit. So something that's not in quadrant 1, which is easy, you would want that, or quadrant 4, which is easy, you wouldn't want that. The hard ones are 2 and 3, right, where you're not going to be getting full cost recovery, but there's good community benefit, which is, I think, the scenario you're talking about, or a case where you do get full cost recovery and you don't have as good a community benefit. And so I would just say that having PRAB and staff use a model like this, along with the amended motion language, would be a great way to evaluate tenants. Now, maybe there won't be a whole bunch of potential tenants, maybe it will be a handful, but still, something like this is a way to make the decision about who will be in it and how much less or more they would pay for the lease, I think is a good way to go, because you tie community benefit in with the financial contribution. So, I mean, I think, Mary, your language is flexible enough as long as staff hears what we're saying.
Great.
Great.
Yeah, Sam, I think that was well said. So I'm comfortable with the motion as it's proposed. Just keeping in mind, I mean, if we get high financial contribution, high community benefit, woohoo, we're all set. I do really hope that we can strive for at least the cost recovery, and hopefully that we can get that. Because I think if it's below cost recovery, we now have a new city program, right? That it's a city expenditure for that. And so to me, that would have to have a high community benefit. It's something we might need to approve, but hopefully we can, get at least cost recovery with something that provides solid community benefit. And so we have the flexibility for that.
Great. I think we've arrived somewhere. And I think that was well stated, so I will not repeat it. The one thing I would just offer, given all the accolades that you got about process, and I want to say I went on one of the tours, and it was really helpful. So I guess kudos for the great process, and obviously the participants helped to make that a good process. I would just ask that we take the lessons learned from that and apply them to other community processes. So I hope we're debriefing internally. Obviously, some issues are more complex than others, but whatever it is that was the secret sauce here, let us use that in the next ones. And I hope that that's a robust internal conversation. Okay, shall we vote? All those in favor? All those opposed? It's been a long time since we've done that. Well, I met with Bob, you're right. I take that back. It's been 20 minutes. Okay. All right.
Your next item is the building code update.
Thank you very much, you two. I mean, the whole team. Okay.
Because
Okay.
thanks, Tom. But it's
There's an interest in there. There's an interest in there. The city has an interest. Thank you. Those guys are very intentional.
Slide it down. So we have a thrilling agenda item now, the 2020 City of Boulder Code update. There's some really interesting things in this update, and let me turn it over to Kristen Whitko, who's going to start us up.
Okay, 1 sec.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good evening. Is this on?
Nope. Well, and plus, you got to get close. There you go. Can I ask, before you get started, though, in terms of process,
yes,
there's some pretty distinct pieces to this, and I think we talked at CAC about we're just pausing after we finish with a distinct segment to see if we have any questions. We could even give you direction if we want. I don't know. But the idea being, so we're going to be really focused, okay? As we go, so we don't have to go back at the end and ask questions about the first thing we talked about, okay? Got it. They're pretty distinct. Okay.
Okay. And so my plan here, so I'm Kristen Whitko, I'm the Energy Code.
But this late in the evening, we need you to belt it out. Yep.
All right, let's see. How much closer can I get? Okay, so I'm Kristen Whitko, I'm the Energy Code Coordinator with the city. This is Will Birchfield, he's the Chief Building Official. And we're joined by some staff from Planning and Development Services, as well as Climate Initiatives, and we're here to provide an update on the building code project that we've been working on. As you said, we have 90 minutes for this. My plan was to give a quick introduction that gives like an overview and gives some background on the Energy Code roadmap, and then we'll dive into the specific questions and then stop throughout the presentation to ask those questions and break it up in that way. Does that sound good? Okay, so I'll just start by saying that building codes are really important to the work we do in planning and development services to ensure that buildings constructed in Boulder are safe and accessible and maintainable and energy efficient. To stay current, Boulder updates our building codes every 6 years. We're currently on the 2012 International Codes. The International Code Council publishes a full suite of building codes that jurisdictions then adopt and amend to meet their local needs. Boulder's looking to adopt the full suite of 2018 codes for the most part, and then apply our already existing amendments. And Will's going to talk about some of those code amendments specifically related to gender-neutral bathrooms, as well as fire sprinkler requirements.
Hey, how often do they put out their versions?
They publish them every 3 years, and we sort of have adopted this cycle of adopting it every 6 years, because it's a pretty big administrative process for us to accomplish.
Yeah.
The one exception to this is the energy code. So Boulder has a long history of adopting an energy code that goes above and beyond the national codes. Back in 2016 and 17, when staff presented our current 2017 energy code and long-term strategy to council, we committed to updating our energy code every 3 years, making it increasingly efficient with every code cycle in an effort to meet our climate commitment emission reduction goals. Boulder's code is one of the most stringent in the country. It's based on the national codes, the ICC codes, but then it's heavily amended to create a code that's about 20% more stringent than the national code. In addition to just efficiency requirements, our code also incorporates other sustainability provisions like renewable energy requirements, electric vehicle charging requirements, construction waste management policies, and so forth. The long-term strategy or the long-term goal that's been identified is to get to a net zero energy outcome verified code by 2031 for both commercial and residential projects. To just quickly define those terms, a net zero energy building is a building that generates as much energy as it uses over the course of a year. And outcome verified just means that the building's performance is then verified through metered data once the building's occupied. So that buildings aren't just net zero energy on paper or at the time of building permit, but that they're actually net zero energy once they're occupied. Staff has been engaged with New Buildings Institute through a collaborative project with Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance, CNCA, called the Zero Cities Initiative, where we're working with 12 other leading cities and a number of consultants creating energy codes that help each of those cities accomplish their climate goals. NBI, New Buildings Institute, who is our primary consultant on the project, is a national leader in this area and is working with jurisdictions all over the country on high efficiency and net zero energy codes. They're working with us specifically to fine-tune our energy code roadmap as well as develop the 2020 updates to keep us on track for achieving that strategy. This graph illustrates what that 2031 goal and our strategy for incrementally achieving it looks like in terms of a typical building's energy consumption. The graph shows building energy use for a typical building built under each future iteration of our code. The gray and orange portions of each bar above the horizontal axis represent energy consumed by the building, distinguishing between regulated and unregulated loads. So regulated loads are loads that are regulated by the code. So that's heating, cooling, lighting, water heating. And then unregulated loads are basically things that the building occupants bring into the building and plug in. And those are not currently regulated in the code. But that's something we'll be making progress on in future code cycles. The yellow portion of the bar represents renewably generated energy produced either on-site or procured through community solar, and it's offsetting the building's energy consumption. So we have 4 code cycles to get from where we are now in terms of building performance and renewable generation to where we need to be in 2031, which is the last bar in this graph. Essentially the best building that we can build with solar then installed to fully offset the building's remaining energy use. It's worth mentioning that there are really terrific examples of net zero energy projects being built today in Boulder. Boulder Commons, shown here, is a great example of what this looks like for a commercial project. Staff, design teams, builders, and developers in Boulder are paying close attention to projects like these to better understand how we can fully transition all projects to this model. Achieving this kind of outcome ultimately requires the code to incrementally address how buildings and building energy use is regulated. The memo provided a ton of detail on the long-term strategy, and this slide is just highlighting the key factors that we really need to make progress on over the next 10 plus years. So it's incrementally increasing code stringency to improve energy efficiency, requiring solar and renewable mandates, incorporating energy storage, incentivizing building electrification, creating and enforcing minimum envelope performance criteria, and then just increasing code enforcement all around. To move on to talk specifically about the code updates being proposed with this code cycle, this slide provides a timeline for the overall code update. You can see we've been formally working on this effort since last year, kicking off work with our consultants in November of 2018. We've been presenting the code changes in community engagement sessions for both the residential and commercial sectors, reaching out to a variety of stakeholders. As we meet with design teams and builders and building owners and homeowners, we're gathering feedback and working to incorporate that all into the changes that we're working on. Tonight's presentation is really just a check-in with council to ensure that we aren't missing any of your priorities and are, missing anything you guys would like to see in the code that you're not seeing. We're scheduled to present to both Planning Board and the Environmental Advisory Board on the proposed changes to get their recommendations in May and June. And then staff plan to bring the final code back to council in October for adoption. Pending adoption, the code would then take effect for all new permits in the first quarter of 2020. And then also on the schedule is a plan to meet with staff in planning and development services to ensure that our staff understand what the code changes are and that we have a plan for enforcing them. In parallel to that, we'll be developing and providing training materials to our applicants to ensure that project teams also understand how to navigate these new compliance requirements. So that's the timeline and kind of the background. Next, I'll talk about some of the specific changes that we're proposing and get to the questions that we have. Starting with impacts to residential projects. So the most significant update to the residential code is accelerating the net zero energy requirements for residential new construction projects. This graph illustrates the current energy rating index requirements for homes as well as the proposed requirements for 2020. This graph shows square footage across the horizontal axis and then energy rating index, ERI, which is the same as a home energy rating score if people are familiar with the HERS rating. The lower that number, the more efficient the home, with an ERI or a HERS of 0 being a net zero energy home. So the code requirements are dependent on the square footage of the home. Under the current code, following the blue line in this graph, all homes greater than 5,000 square feet are required to have an energy rating index of 0 or be a net zero energy home. It's worth noting here the success of the current code. As we know from permit tracking data information, more than half of the homes being built in Boulder are currently greater than 5,000 square feet. And so they trigger the net zero energy requirements. So just in the past year, over a dozen net zero energy homes were built as a result of the current energy code requirements. As far as what's being proposed moving forward with the 2020 update, the accelerated net zero energy requirements shown in orange, in the orange line, are partly in response to conversations that we've had and been involved with on the large homes and large lots project that planning staff is also working on. The requirements are only increasing modestly for smaller homes, homes less than 2,500 square feet, while all homes greater than 3,000 square feet would, under the new code, need to perform as net zero energy homes.
So I have a question. What's the electrification threshold?
Yeah, so the electrification threshold is, so that line is at the ERI rating of 20. And the city's code requirements, ERI requirements, combined with state regulations that don't allow homeowners to install more than 120% of their electricity demand. Those two requirements combined make it such that a home can't offset a mixed fuel home, so a home that's heating with natural gas instead of electricity. If it's not an all-electric home, it can't get to a score of anything less than a 20. So that's kind of the threshold. So what our policy is also doing is basically saying that any home that's required to hit an ERI less than 20 also has to be an all-electric home. So we're also promoting our electrification agenda with the city as well, with the way the code is set up and how it interrelates with the state regulation of not being allowed to install more than 120% of your electricity demand.
So is that a state regulation or is that an Excel policy, the 120%?
It's a state mandate.
That says you can't do more than 120%? So that should be up for discussion during the last days of the session. So
Start texting your representatives, right?
Right.
I have a follow-up question. So when you say residential, is this just single-family homes?
This is single-family home. No, not necessarily. It's it would be townhomes, single-family homes, anything that falls under the residential code.
But is it on a per unit basis or size of building?
Oh, sorry, yes, it's on a per unit basis.
Okay, so it's Isn't there some level at which apartments become governed by the commercial construction?
Yes.
So what exactly is that threshold where you shift from residential to commercial requirements?
You want to?
Thank you for that question. Good evening, council. There are two primary codes included in the suite of international codes. There's the building code and the residential code. And the short answer is the building code regulates everything that the residential code doesn't. So we can define what the residential code does regulate. It regulates single-family homes, detached single-family homes. It regulates detached two-family homes or a duplex of any design or configuration. And it regulates townhouses. Townhouses are defined as those units that are built side by side, are open on at least two sides, and have their own means of egress. So the residential code regulates those three types of dwellings and all of their accessory uses, their detached garages, their fences, their retaining walls, and things like that.
Thank you for that explanation. So just to dig into this, if you had a building of townhomes of various sizes, and like one of them was 3,000 square feet and the others were like 1,200, I mean, you kind of have to do the whole building the same. Not exactly, but you kind of do. So, I mean, how would that, let's get into the weeds, but I'm just trying to tease out how it affects multifamily.
The way the code is structured, it would be, I think it would be very feasible for that 3,000 square feet unit to still comply with the net zero energy requirements while the others had a slightly lesser requirement.
Okay, so like one of them, okay, thanks.
Can I just ask one? Do you include like 8-plexes in townhomes? I mean, so there's townhomes I'm thinking of right now that have 2 stories, so somebody different lives upstairs and downstairs?
If there are more than 2 units in the building and they are stacked, like you're describing, one above the other, then they are not regulated by the residential code, because a townhouse is defined as side by side.
Right. But why aren't they?
Well, because the way the codes are designed, those are treated, every one of those townhouses are treated as a single-family dwelling. So you could build attached single-family dwellings, what we're referring to as townhouses. You could attach them until you ran out of property. You can't do that in the building code.
The commercial code that does kick in is of a similar efficiency.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about people who buy into an 8-plex or something, and in that same neighborhood. So I'm thinking of Northfield Commons.
Yeah.
So in that neighborhood, you have single family all the way up to 8-plexes. And I think everybody would want to think that they were being treated the same and had the same kind of energy reductions or requirements, because a lot of that is affordable housing, and so there would be a lot of savings to the individuals occupying those homes if they didn't have to pay exorbitant energy bills.
And I think in the energy code and definitions, we address that issue for that equality issue. We address that specifically in the definitions in the energy.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's not left out.
Okay.
Okay, so I was mentioning the conversations on large homes and large lots, and I was just going to point out that although there are cost implications associated with these increased home efficiency and even net zero energy requirements, it's unclear how much the efficiency requirements are actually discouraging the construction of large homes. That being said, the aggressive efficiency requirements do ensure that applicants are choosing to build large homes or at least mitigating a portion of their environmental impacts. And so with that, I'll ask the first question, which is, does council support the net zero energy acceleration? So our current requirements, anything over 5,000 square feet has to be net zero energy. I'll just go back to the slide. The proposed requirement move that orange bar down to homes 3,000 square feet and above would have to be net zero energy.
I have a question. Can you go back to your slide?
The question?
The question.
Yeah.
So I think you kind of started this all off by saying if this gets approved by the various boards and us later this year, many of the things you're going to talk about tonight would go into effect first quarter, is there just going to be a cliff here on new houses built after a certain date that, it's 5,000 feet, now it's 3,000 feet? I mean, is it what's the trigger? Is it pulling the building permit?
It's typically pulling the building permit. So the code, if we adopt the code in October, then there would be like a 2-month, we would give a 60-day. It would take effect January, Q1 of 2020.
So here's the only thing I'm worried about. I support this, but the thing I worry about is sometimes the process of designing a house and so on and so forth is a months-long process, and I'm afraid that if we have like a 2-month phase-in, which is not really a phase-in, we're going to catch some people out that are building a 3,500 square foot house, and they designed it a certain way and they made certain cost assumptions. Right. But because they didn't happen to pull their permit before January 1, they're suddenly going to have to go back and redo things. And so I don't know, is it
But aren't
possible?
we giving them notice as of tonight?
Well, but we haven't approved it. I meant,
yeah. By the end of the night, if we approve it, we will have.
We've done a lot of community engagement on this,
okay.
and the message is definitely out there that this is, where we're headed. That being said, when we adopted the 2017 code, we also said that if any projects had an open site review application, they also were grandfathered into the current, the previous.
Okay, so maybe that's a discussion for when we pass the ordinance in October. I just wanted to tee that up as an issue or concern.
Right, okay.
Well, and maybe we can just say, let's make sure that at pre-application meetings that people are informed about the coming changes.
Yep.
So with that, is everybody on board with this?
Yep, I'm thrilled.
Okay.
Yep. Great. We'll move it along. Okay, so another proposed residential code change is related to solar requirements. Many projects install solar as a cost-effective way to reach efficiency requirements in our code. However, not all projects have great solar access. We're proposing expanding the Energy Impact Offset Fund, which was created in 2017 for marijuana facilities to offset their energy use. And we're hoping to use this fund as a last resort compliance path for projects unable to meet net zero energy requirements on site and when off-site is unavailable. So as an example of when this might be necessary, there are several neighborhoods in Boulder with long, thin, north-south access lots with limited solar exposure. On this slide, the lots in yellow are a good example of this, and in cases where these lots also have mature trees on the south side of the lot, solar access can be limited. So code currently allows these projects to contract with community solar providers to purchase the necessary solar to offset their energy use and comply with our code. However, the availability of solar garden subscriptions is limited in Boulder currently, and staff just want to make sure that all projects have a path to compliance. So there would be 3 ways a project could potentially get to net zero energy. We foresee most, if not all projects looking like the first home, being designed and constructed as a high efficiency home first, and then adding solar to the home to achieve the code mandated ERI or HERS rating. Of the 30 or so new homes that were built last year, all but 2 look like this solution with on-site solar. Community solar is the second path to compliance. In these cases, the home's still designed as a high-efficiency home, but if solar is technically infeasible on-site, homeowners can contract with the community solar provider to purchase enough solar to comply with the code, and they still see the benefit of being invested in renewable generation. The third compliance path would then be the Energy Impact Offset Fund as a last resort option for when on-site solar is infeasible and community solar is unavailable.
So what does that money go for? So for the Energy Impact Offset Fund, does that go into energy projects elsewhere in Boulder?
Yes.
On city buildings or on?
We're figuring that out.
These specifics.
Hi, Kendra Tupper, Chief Sustainability Officer. So you've heard about the Energy Impact Offset Fund mostly in relationship to the marijuana facilities, but that money, the way that it was written and intended is to be used to develop, to offset their electricity use. And so that can be used to develop renewable energy projects in the city or energy efficiency in the city, anything that's reducing the footprint of the marijuana industry right now. We're now looking to expand the use of the Energy Impact Offset Fund to these other code compliance pathways, and we've already done that with smart regs. So when something is technically impractical with smart regs, folks can use this as a pathway for compliance. And so all of that money goes into one fund that can be used mainly right now to develop solar within city limits, but we're also looking at using it for efficiency for the marijuana growers from their pot of money as well.
Thank you.
So I have a question. So right now, the EIOF is strictly for offsetting marijuana businesses.
It's also been expanded to smart regs compliance as well.
Okay, it's one fund, but the fund can be used for projects anywhere in the city that have nothing to do with marijuana business?
Yes, so the Energy Impact Offset Fund is an offset fund with the intention of multiple parties being able to pay into it to either comply with city energy regulation or in the future even having it be a voluntary offset fund where someone wants to, if a conference is coming to town and they want to have a carbon neutral conference in Boulder, they could pay into the fund to offset that. That fund was designated as the offset pathway for the marijuana electricity offset requirement. And so when that ordinance was originally written, the marijuana growers had to offset 100% of their electricity consumption, either through on-site solar, solar gardens, or by buying wind source offsets. And we replaced that with the Energy Impact Offset Fund back in 2015. We replaced the wind source option with the Energy Impact Offset Fund. But it's not that it has to be used just for the marijuana industry, it's just that that's the only offset compliance pathway.
So the question is, it can be spent on projects across the city, not necessarily attached to marijuana.
Yes.
Either energy efficient if it's marijuana money, or renewable energy if it's any of the money.
Correct. Technically, you could use the marijuana money, for anything that reduces electricity consumption. That could be efficiency or renewables. We separate and track that marijuana money differently because those growers and the MAP panel are vested stakeholders, and they have input and opinions on how they would like to see that money spent. And so we are tracking the funds a little bit separately right now for that purpose.
But later, so as it's my understanding that the county has a committee that decides where the money goes. Is that where the city would like to go?
We are not proposing developing a whole additional panel to determine how that money gets spent right now. The way that we've been dealing with it is coming to council periodically as we've explored various options. So we've come to you a few times with different options for how to use the money, most recently with possible solar garden options. And we've also been using the existing MAP panel to get input on that as well.
Thank you. Bob?
I seem to recall, just a couple questions. I seem to recall that the Energy Impact Offset Fund was charge was 2.5 cents a kilowatt, 2 cents a kilowatt, something. Is that zip code, is that right?
It was 2.16 cents, which was set to be on par with WindSource, and then we lowered that slightly to reduce what they were paying.
So the 2,500 on the lower right-hand corner of the slide, that's over the course of 20 years. In other words, about 125
It
bucks.
takes the energy consumption of the home and puts it into a 20-year contract number and calculates that based on the 2.16.
So when unicorns are jumping over rainbows, and we have a municipalization energy source here, and it's 100% renewable, do these people still have to pay the 2 cents a kilowatt hour, even though every kilowatt they get is 100% renewable because they're providing it from the city? Or are they locked in? Or
I think at the time of municipalization, we would recraft there are a lot of things in the energy code that could be sharpened up and made more interesting with a muni situation. So I think that we would look at maybe changing this policy.
But one thing to note is that this is a one-time payment that they make at the time of permit. They don't pay this for incrementally for the next 20 years.
So you assume a certain use based on the square footage of the house and say, this house is this big, therefore they're going to use this many kilowatts. And so you're just going to write us a check for $2,500. So they're not paying an extra 2 cents a kilowatt as they use it.
No, sorry, I should have made that clear.
So they should wait till the muni happens, then they wouldn't have to pay this, huh?
And one of the reasons is to be fair, because when you get a building permit, you have to make the building perform a certain way to get the permit as designed, and it's all upfront cost. And so this model is more on parity with requiring someone to install solar for a 20-year period or subscribe to Community Solar Garden for a 20-year period. They just have to pay it upfront to get the permit.
Got it.
Cindy.
So I just quickly wonder, I realize it's probably fluctuating, but what kind of balance does that fund have?
Carolyn.
Hi. Hello again, this is Carolyn with the Energy Manager with Climate Initiatives. So I manage the Energy Impact Offset Fund as we currently collect it. We are collecting just right under $500,000 a year from the marijuana industry. From the smart regs, the number's relatively low. I think we're less than $10,000 total acquired from that.
Thank you.
And I would just add to that, we don't foresee a ton of projects needing this. It's really a very specific case where solar access is bad, there's mature trees on the site. So, we don't see a huge need for it, but we just want to make sure that every project has a path to compliance. So with that, I'll move to the question. Does City Council support expansion of the Energy Impact Offset Fund as a last resort compliance pathway when projects are unable to meet net zero energy code requirements on site and when off-site's unavailable?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody disagree? Okay.
Terrific. Okay, another change we're proposing with this update is restructuring efficiency requirements for renovations. And this ties into concerns that have been raised around embodied energy. This would apply to both commercial and residential projects. This is something we've gotten a lot of feedback on, both through community engagement events and just one-on-one discussions with building applicants, design professionals, builders, building owners of both residential and commercial properties, that when projects are weighing options around reusing a building or scraping and starting over, while there are lots of factors that they're weighing, economics, historic significance, the condition of the structure, the current energy code requirements are one factor that can sway owners to choose to demolish and rebuild over reusing the existing structure. The energy code requirements for renovations are in place to help the city make improvements on our existing building stock at a time when money is already being invested in these buildings. However, we recognize that by easing these requirements, we can potentially encourage more buildings to be reused. Staff's proposing slightly less stringent efficiency requirements for building renovation projects. Rather than requiring these projects to achieve new construction levels of efficiency, we're proposing more relaxed criteria to recognize the limitations that exist when you're renovating a structure. And I'll just pause there to ask, can City Council support relaxing energy code requirements for renovation projects to encourage building reuse?
Question.
I do too. Can you just say a little bit more about, when you say relaxing, I think it was in the memo, but can you remind us, like by how much, and how do you generally relate that to embodied energy, or is it just trying?
Yeah.
Just talk to us about the math there.
Right. So the embodied energy piece is something that staff is working on. We have it in our work plan to start to look at how you would regulate on embodied energy. The calculation methodologies and the tools for calculating embodied energy, as well as the source data that feed into those kind of analyses, aren't standardized in the US right now. So we aren't trying to make an embodied energy calculation at this point or ask project teams to make an embodied energy calculation at this point. What we're looking to do, if I go back to, the requirements is, currently the blue line is the new construction requirement, and we're moving that to the orange line. But for renovation projects, we're going to hold the blue line for projects that are renovating. Whereas in the current code, if you're doing a major alteration, you have to bring that project up to new construction requirements. And so our proposal is to step that down so that we would keep the existing new construction requirements for renovation projects. If that makes sense.
Cindy?
So I just have a question as you're developing policy. There was a house recently, it was at 9th and Pine on the northwest corner, and it just kind of went down overnight. It is in a historic district, and they left one wall standing that was maybe 10, 12 feet long on next to the street, and then the rest of the building was all gone. And then, so they built this new structure, at least the framing has been done, and then they also took out the wall that they'd left standing and put in a new one. And I don't know what happened with that one, but I would worry about getting caught in that kind of a situation. And if anyone is here from planning, maybe that could be, no one's here from, but so I would just ask, you know, how.
So tell us what triggers, I think is the question. What would trigger that? You'd have, a substantial remodel, like only one wall standing would be, you'd have to comply with new.
So for alteration projects, there are 3 levels that trigger requirements in the energy code. It's a level 1 alteration, a level 2 and 3 alteration, then a level 4 alteration. And a level 1 is really minor stuff. It's finishes, it's maybe new windows, and that triggers really minimal criteria in the energy code. And then levels 2 and 3 start to renovate more than 50% of the home. And that triggers more stringent criteria, but then over basically a gut renovation, we're calling it a gut renovation, where you can basically see through the building. That's considered a major alteration, and that would trigger the old new construction ERI criteria. So that project that you're describing would definitely, I would want to look at the permit, but I feel like that would have had to have pulled a new construction permit, but I would have to look into it.
I'm just curious.
I can't imagine it wouldn't have.
Yeah, I wrote James Hewitt and asked him about that and if there was some kind of landmarking, and I'm trying to find his response. But I've been watching that house, and it was really strange that.
It was weird.
No contractor would normally do that just because it's harder to work around.
Right.
But, okay, so we should figure out the particulars, but is that answer for the general?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just wanted to be sure that the threshold was there.
We'll look into that and make sure that the thresholds hold up against things like that.
Yeah.
Aaron?
My question got answered, but I'll go and make a comment if I can. So, and this is for residential and commercial, right, that you're suggesting. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I think when we get to actual passing it, digging into the details of exactly what the triggers are, you're hearing the questions. I think that will be important. But it's shifting away from construction, the evaluation approach, right? And I really appreciate you doing that. I just wanted to get this out there. I talked to folks from Ball Aerospace not that long ago, and they have like single pieces of equipment that may cost $30 million, but they're like not even a change to the building, right? But it actually could exceed 50% of the value. So anyway, it gives an example of why doing it based on the scale of the alteration rather than the value of it makes a lot of sense. So appreciate this change.
And these two would, all of this outcome-based applies here too? Or is this prescriptive?
This is, I'll get into the outcome base. This is really applies to the performance and the prescriptive path, really.
It's both? Okay, I agree. I think conceptually, this makes a lot of sense. The details would need to be clear, because whatever can be, I was going to say, I think people generally find the path of least resistance, so we want that to take us to where we want to go. Okay, does everybody agree? Okay.
Great. Okay, the next significant change that also, again, applies to both residential and commercial projects and is also related to embodied energy is construction and demolition waste requirements. Boulder's had a policy in place for over a decade for residential projects requiring demolition and construction waste management. Enforcing these requirements continues to be challenging. With this code update, staff's proposing, 1, increasing the diversion rates from 65 to 75%, and then 2, improving the permitting process to increase accountability and apply consequences for projects that aren't meeting the demolition waste landfill diversion criteria. Staff proposed instituting a fee that would be returned in full minus an administrative cost if the requirements are achieved, or withheld if the project fails to demonstrate at the end of the project that they've reused and recycled sufficiently. We're also proposing that these provisions be expanded to commercial projects. With this code cycle, we're looking to impose the same demolition, waste, diversion, and tracking requirements that are in place for residential projects. And that's a pretty big shift. We've never asked commercial projects to track their construction and demolition waste. So I'll get straight to the questions. There's two here. Does City Council support a financial penalty in the form of a fee that is being withheld for non-compliance for construction waste and demolition waste specifically?
Wow, you have spurred lots of questions. We have Lisa, Cindy.
We have folks from Zero Waste here that are going to help me answer.
So I will answer yes and yes, but in reading the memo, it said you would expand the types of materials. And what I have noticed in a lot of demolitions is it's not just building materials. They're brand-new appliances that are being scraped into the pile. And I guess and I just find that like unbelievable. So I've seen appliances, I've seen furniture, carpets, rugs, window stuff. I want that included. And trees, I mean, like 50-foot tall spruce trees. And it's not just the unusual event. It's on these large lots, it's the norm. And so somehow, all of what I just mentioned, the appliances, the trees, putting up a little tree doesn't do the job that a 50-foot mature spruce did. Furniture, all of those accoutrements that go in the house, they need to be taken out before the house is scraped. And if they don't, then I want like a major fee.
Yeah, we're working to we have some community engagement events planned around this to try and figure out how to firm up our deconstruction plans to ensure that we're diverting as much from the landfill as we can, and to,
the point is anybody, owner, could call up almost anybody, resource, whatever, and they will come and pick up your stuff. And that stuff could be used by other people.
Yep. Amen. Cindy.
So I was delighted to see this. It saved me a call to Kendra at some point because I visited a project site, talked to a project manager, a young woman who was just really upset because the Boulder City codes were so much less stringent than the Boulder County codes. And she just went on a tear about it. And of course, I don't have that comparative material. So anything you do to tighten this up and to expand it and to have a fee, I'm there. I think this is really great. Well, it may or may not be true, but this is someone on the ground who was building.
It's true.
And project manager. So I'm delighted to see the city taking stronger stands on this. It's great.
Bob?
The one unintended consequence that I want us to be cognizant of, or potential consequence I want to be cognizant of, is the cost. So by both increasing from 65% to 75% and by including commercial construction under here, I'd like to understand what that does to cost per square foot, or however you want to measure it, because we do have affordability problems here in this town, and if we make it more expensive to build housing or more expensive to build retail space or other things that we want to achieve, I'd just like to understand what this means. Have you guys tried to bottom that out?
We have not done a full cost analysis on this. I should have explained this better. The increase from 65 to 75% is offset by the fact that we are now we're proposing that the calculation can also include concrete and asphalt, which previously it excluded, and that represents a really big.
So is that 65% by weight?
By weight.
By weight, okay. So they can just throw in a bunch of, as long as they, okay.
But also the three materials, right?
Right,
It's three
and
different
then you
things.
also have to
I got that part of it.
cover multiple materials. And what we're trying to align with is the LEED requirements. So many projects in Boulder are also going after LEED certification, and so we're aligning our requirements with the LEED.
So before you bring this back to us, or when you bring this back to us, can you try to do a back-of-the-envelope calculation, just so we can understand? Because I just don't want to go into this blindly and say, oh, yeah, that sounds great, and then find out we just, double the cost of construction, and suddenly stuff that we want to get built is not getting built. So if it's nominal, that's great, and if it's big, then we should know what it is.
Can I just piggyback on that? I presume the fee would be different for the size of the project, right? So that, somebody's redoing their house, it's different than somebody's building.
Right, we're still working on what the fee would actually be, but the fee would certainly be proportional to the size of the project and would likely be a cost per ton or a cost per square foot.
And I would put out just the possibility for us to discuss in October, whenever we do it, that it not necessarily be a fee that has to be paid up front and then withheld, because that can affect cash flow. However, you guys have control of the certificate of occupancy, right? So if you do the analysis of the recycling and it's not sufficient, I think you could charge whatever fee you were thinking of before they could get their CO. You didn't look happy with that concept.
Yeah, so we originally thought we could work with that. Unfortunately, the way we issue permits, and there's maybe a way around this, but currently we issue a demolition permit separate from the actual permit for the home's construction. So there are two separate permits given to two separate people, and it's hard to tie those two together in our permit system.
I see.
But we have definitely looked into that and thought that that would be a much better tool to get at it, but we haven't found a way to make that work yet.
Can you not allow the second permit to issue if the demo wasn't done properly and extract a concession at that point?
Looking at the permit data over the last year, oftentimes the new construction permit is already pulled before the demo permit's pulled, so we get upside down on it.
Okay.
Well, this is probably an issue, that the construction community can help with in terms of getting the result with the least amount of pain.
Right.
I presume. Whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I'm just continue thinking about it. I guess I'm not attached to a fee up front just because that could be more painful, but definitely want the outcome that they're recycling the C&D waste.
So, okay, so the answer to 4 being some sort of mechanism. Right now, the fee's the best one you guys have come up with so far, and we'd be open to that, but a better one that might emerge is also fine, yeah?
I mean, many people will comply just because it's going to be cheaper and easier to comply, and that's the only reason that I think it bears thinking about, that people aren't tying up money into something that they're going to get back anyway.
Well, and I keep thinking that commercial development, where people do this for a living, might be different than people that are doing their own houses, and that, so the mechanism that is meaningful but not painful might be different.
For residential versus commercial.
Yeah.
Agree.
So yeah, I'm thumbs up on both of these.
Is anybody not thumbs up?
I guess I would say I'm thumbs up, but I want to know the numbers. So, I mean, that's my support's contingent upon the numbers.
Thumb sideways.
Thumb sideways, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Is that good?
Okay, great. Okay. These next few slides summarize the changes being proposed specific to commercial projects. And I don't have any specific questions on this, so I'll just go through these and then hand things over to Will to get to the building code amendments. This will just take a couple minutes. In the commercial code, we're increasing efficiency requirements for new construction. We're mandating all new construction projects offset 5% of the building's energy use with on-site renewable generation. Piloting voluntary outcome-based code pathway that mimics what we think the code will look like in 2031. We're clarifying and expanding the EV charging requirements specifically for multifamily housing projects to ensure that that infrastructure is installed as the new parking is being created, recognizing the future demand for EV charging in these types of facilities, and recognizing that it's a low to no cost requirement to install that infrastructure at the time of new construction of a parking lot. And then, as we discussed, we're restructuring the efficiency requirements for renovations and applying the construction waste requirements as well. And then lastly, we're transitioning to energy use index targets. And this is one of the more significant changes that's driven by our ultimate goal of getting to net zero energy and outcome verified codes by 2031. It's really the first step in that direction. Currently, in both the national codes and in Boulder's current 2017 code, buildings show compliance with the energy code by building a theoretical, minimally code compliant baseline model using energy modeling software, which is what you see in this slide. And then they compare that to a model of what they intend to build. So our code requires that the proposed design, what they're actually building, perform 30% better than the code baseline model. The problem with this strategy is that as we aim to achieve net zero energy outcome verified codes, this strategy limits how efficient we can make buildings be, and it also gets really difficult to ensure compliance because of how complicated the modeling protocols get. So it's difficult for plan reviewers to verify at the time of permit that we're achieving our goals, and it's also really difficult for inspectors in the field once the building's built. And then 3, it significantly underpredicts, and this is probably the biggest problem with it, is that it underpredicts actual energy usage. So if we want to get to actual net zero energy buildings, having a protocol that doesn't quite accurately capture the energy consumption is problematic. So in an effort to develop policy that gets to more accurate results and is easier to enforce, New Buildings Institute has worked with us to develop a strategy that uses an energy use index target path that's somewhat synonymous to the residential ERI path. This path identifies targets for various building types shown here, and then requires design teams achieve those targets, giving them maximum flexibility in how they go about achieving those targets. So the EUI is defined as the building's annual energy use divided by the building's floor area, and the energy use includes everything from space heating, cooling, pumps, fans, lighting, hot water, and the building plug loads. Any on-site renewably generated energy is subtracted out of the numerator before calculating the EUI, which gives projects an opportunity to use solar as one strategy for achieving their targets. And similar to the residential scale, an EUI of 0 is a net zero energy building. Transitioning to this EUI metric, we're hoping to set up a trajectory similar to the residential code, moving towards net zero energy requirements for all new commercial projects as well. It's worth mentioning that efforts around creating this strategy also fuse with the Building Performance Ordinance that went into place in 2016, requiring building owners to report buildings' EUIs and begin to reduce energy use for existing buildings. It's really data from that project that's been important in formulating the targets that you see on this slide. And again, I don't have any questions on this, but if there are any questions relative to the commercial code before I turn it over to Will.
I do. So other loads. So this is at the time the first people get in there. But then, you know, what used to be Macy's becomes offices or something. Or maybe that's not a good example.
Housing.
Maybe it doesn't.
Or maybe it doesn't. Okay, let me think of another example. But anyhow, where the loads totally change,
right,
but the building's already built.
Right.
How does, when the new tenant comes in, or maybe it's a remodel, or, I'm just trying to figure out, if they're an industry that has an energy-intensive load that they are adding, then they put more solar panels on top, or is this just the first-time user that we deal with this?
So it's the use that goes in there at the time that we do all of these calculations on. But then if the building turns over and another building permit comes through, they would then have to meet the energy code requirements based on that building's plug loads.
Okay, so
if the
it's triggered by the permit.
Yeah, it would be triggered.
Isn't it also building size related? Because really big users do annual reporting, as you talked about. Smaller buildings.
Yeah, I was going to say, once the energy code, so the energy code really looks at the building once it's complete and they get their certificate of occupancy, and then the building codes kind of are no longer apply to the project, but then we have the building performance ordinance that's in place to continually check up on buildings and start to look at energy use once the building's operational.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Just to drill in on that, then this requirement, then you'll pick, the building's finished, you'll pick some point after the tenants have moved in, right, where it's occupied, and then you'll measure like 6 months or a year worth of data, and you'll compare it, and then you'll make sure they live up to it. And once they've gone through that exercise after a year or two or something like that, this requirement is finished. And then going forward, it would just be covered by the building performance ordinance.
Correct.
Is that a correct analysis? Okay.
Correct.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Just a real quick question. I noticed that the performance target for a primary school is different from a secondary school. Why is that?
So the primary school versus a secondary school. I'm not sure I have the answer to that question.
Okay.
I mean, primary schools and secondary schools have different load requirements, different, yeah.
Different age kids. That must be it.
I think it's just based on the size of the building. So sometimes secondary schools typically are larger, and then that means different types of HVAC systems. And so when NBI developed these, they were looking at typical average data that we had, but also modeled data from NREL on these kind of typical buildings. And I think that just high schools in general tend to be larger facilities because all the primary schools converge into them. And then when you have larger, more centralized HVAC systems, those can be more efficient and have more efficient requirements. So that would lend itself to a lower EUI. That's the only thing I can think of.
I think that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. So any other questions about this?
Okay, I will turn it over to Will to talk about building code amendments.
Thank you, Kristen. So the majority of this presentation had to do with the energy code because the energy code is specific to the city of Boulder. The other codes that staff will be proposing for adoption are internationally produced codes, and they won't have as many local amendments to them. Now, as Kristen said, the codes are revised every 3 years, but the city has historically only adopted them every 6 years. One of the primary reasons for that is because it's a heavy lift. And one of the reasons it's a heavy lift is the public outreach process that we'll go through that's transparent to engage the stakeholders in the conversation about the new codes. The way that staff will facilitate that process is to identify significant changes from current requirements and to identify locally proposed amendments or current amendments. And I have before you here 2 examples. One example is of a significant change if it goes one way, and the other is an example of a proposed local amendment. So the way that the codes currently read in the slide that you have before you, the 2 signs on the left are what the code requires now and what the code will require in the 2018 edition. The code specifically requires that restrooms be designated as gender specific. So when somebody asks, can they do a gender neutral restroom, that requires a code modification from the building official. So that requires a process that's defined in the building code. Another way to address that would be to amend the code if it addresses a local concern. So we could amend the code to either allow some restrooms to be gender neutral or require some restrooms to be gender neutral or some combination thereof. So for example, the code now says you have to provide so many facilities and they have to be separated by gender and you have to identify those facilities as gender specific. As a local concern, if the council chose to, you could say all single-user restrooms need to be designated as gender neutral, and all multi-user restrooms have the option of being gender neutral or gender specific, depending on how the property owner wants to do it. So staff, after we engage the public in this conversation, will come back with some options to council to consider if council is open to considering an amendment for gender neutral restrooms.
So thanks very much for that. I brought this up at our retreat, and I really appreciate you following up. So that sounds great. I mean, actually, the suite of options you just mentioned sound really good, but I think public outreach around this would be important. But yeah, if we could It's amazing to me that you're not even allowed to make a restroom gender neutral, but if we required single-user ones to be gender neutral, I think that would be great. But I'd love to see some process around it.
You want to mention your email?
Yeah, and then I have been in touch with Boulder County on this issue, and this is something they feel is important, particularly to the trans community. So they supported this idea and also offered to participate and facilitate public outreach on it. So we could do that.
And just to clarify, you're not allowed to have them now? I mean, there are some around town.
Like back there.
Yeah.
So the way that the code reads now is the number of facilities that are required are based on the use of the area and the size of the area. So for example, a restaurant, you would want more plumbing facilities than you would in an office building of the same size. When you only have a requirement for one facility, then it's gender neutral. But when you're required to have more than that, then the code says you have to provide gender-specific restrooms.
Oh, okay.
The code also says that if you only have to have one facility for each gender, then you can make those unisex, is how we refer to them, for caregivers and things like that. So the code does recognize it already to a limited extent, but not as an option straight across the board automatically.
Great, thank you for that. Is everybody supportive?
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So the other item that I have before you is currently a local amendment. On the left side of the screen, where it says residential sprinklers required since 2009 International Residential Code, that has been a requirement in the code since that addition. The City of Boulder currently has a local amendment that exempts 1- and 2-family dwellings from that requirement. So as we go through the process of talking about adoption of the new codes, unless we carry this amendment forward or a similar amendment forward, then the code will automatically require every new single-family home to be protected with a sprinkler system. Now, the primary reason why I chose this one as an example of a current amendment, because it would be a significant issue if we chose not to carry the amendment forward.
If what?
If we chose not to carry the current amendment forward, because the 2018 codes, when we adopt it, we have to bring that amendment forward if that's what we want to do, if we want to continue it. Otherwise, the code says you must sprinkle every newly constructed single-family home. So this issue was discussed in 2012 in 2013 with the adoption of the 2012 codes, and a link with that information was provided to you in the memo. But it appeared that issue, the concern about it was raised late in the process, so I wanted to raise it early in the process this time and not late, and also for staff's concerns, because some of the decisions that are made will affect how staff uses city resources to engage the public in these conversations. For example, why this is important to staff is not only being proactive, but consistency with the county. I've been in conversations with the building official for the county. We're going to try to align our adoption processes for consistency's sake, because local architects, engineers, contractors working in both jurisdictions, that would make it easier for them. The county does currently require sprinklers in all of their new homes. They do not have this exemption. In addition to that, trade-offs were put into the codes in 2009 when this requirement first became applicable. And if we choose to continue this amendment, we may want to go back and look at those trade-offs and undo the requirements that were lessened because buildings were expected to be sprinkled. So that would require some research and some time by staff. And in addition to that, if council is open to revisiting this issue, then staff will need time to gather the documentation that you need to make an informed decision, i.e. the impacts, the cost, the impacts of the sprinklers, and so forth. For the sake of transparency, I should tell you that I have been in conversation with our chief fire marshal, and he and I both agree as life safety professionals that we will not recommend continuing the local amendment as it reads now. It'll be our recommendation to let the code stand as it reads and to require all new single-family homes to be sprinkled.
Okay, we have a bunch of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
You said, though, when you started this, that it would be significant if we didn't continue it. right? Can you flesh that out just because everything is then non-conforming, or?
It would be significant because now there is an exemption from the sprinkler requirements, and so if we remove that exemption, then all newly constructed homes would be required to sprinkle.
Okay, so just,
that would be a-
and do you remember why we did it because of cost back in, I presume, because
I worked my way through the records as best I could, and I believe that was my inference on it, that it was a cost consideration, yes.
And I see the fire chief sitting back there, if you wanted to speak to this, and then we have questions.
That was probably George.
I wanted to know what his thoughts were. Yeah, okay.
It might have been Macon next.
Suzanne,
Yeah.
what?
Saturday, can you remember?
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Mike Alderazzo, Fire Chief. I was actually just sitting there listening, but if I can help inform any decisions on this, I'd be happy to. A lot of jurisdictions have sent this forward without amending it and taking it out. If my preference is all newly constructed homes have sprinklers in them. They keep the products of combustion down, and I said this last week, but I'm not aware of anyone who's ever died in a functioning sprinkler system-based fire. If they're having injuries, they're probably extenuating circumstances, and a lot of places right now, because multifamily homes are all sprinkled by code, so those are actually safer than the older constructed homes that we have for people who live in those kinds of homes. So if I had my druthers, I'd want to see them in all homes, but knowing the costs for retrofitting, definitely want to see that in new homes. That's just my personal opinion.
And can you clarify rental situations? Are they required?
They are. There are probably some grandfathered places. I don't know of any offhand, but almost all multifamily dwellings, including the ones on CU property, are sprinkled right now.
What about, I guess, the single-family rentals?
So
they're not?
They're not all. It depends.
Okay, but some of them, I guess I was just trying to figure out, there's a portion of our housing stock that has these. I don't know if we know what that is.
I don't, but we can get
I'm
information
just curious.
for sure.
So,
okay, we have a list of questioning. Lisa, who has their hand up?
So
Lisa, Sam, Aaron. Okay.
Okay, so I have a question about other types of construction than stick built. So adobe, straw bale. If you put sprinklers in those, you would ruin the building. And they are reflected from fire insurance. They have much lower cost. Your fire insurance rate is much lower in a masonry, adobe, or straw bale construction. They're much cheaper to build. They're much more energy efficient. And I guess I would question it, in those type of homes requiring sprinkling systems, because I don't know what you would do. And the odds of them burning it's pretty hard to burn adobe, and it's pretty hard to burn straw bale since it's mostly silica. So there's not much combustible material there. So what do you do about that? Do you make exemptions?
That's an excellent question. The international codes are exceptional codes, and I say that tongue-in-cheek because the way that they're written, there's the requirement, and the requirement for this just says 1 and 2 family dwellings are required to be protected with an automatic fire sprinkler system, and then it starts listing the exceptions. One of the exceptions is it doesn't apply to additions for dwellings that don't already have a system in them. It doesn't apply to renovations to a dwelling that doesn't already have a system in it. And so council could add to that exception list, qualifying what other exemptions that they wanted to add to it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to encourage this type of construction because it's far cheaper per square foot. It's probably a third to a quarter the price per square foot of other structures. So I just want to and we have an Adobe building code, we have straw bale building code, we've gone through all of that. So, anyway.
Don't dispute that at all. Commercial structures are all required to be sprinkled, and they're made, and many times they're made of metal and non-combustible items. That's usually not the problem in a fire. It's contents, it's room and contents. Those will kill you long before the structure will catch fire. And there are literally videos that the Sprinkler Association of America puts out. NIST has done studies on that show fires of 40 years ago are totally unlike fires now because of room and contents. And so what would take 20 minutes to burn burns down now in about 4, only because of what's in the house and not the house.
No, and that makes sense with the increase in plastics and all of these other weird materials that are very combustible. But still, it's the same issue of, if you put a sprinkler system in, and so I guess I would be interested in an exemption.
Sure, but I'd be more worried about the people, though, and because people die from the products of combustion long before they would ever get burned in a fire. And that's the main concern. A sprinkler system, a properly functioning one, will keep that from happening and give a person time to escape, even if it doesn't put the fire completely out.
Okay, Sam, and then Aaron.
So, Chief, what does it cost to sprinkle a house per square foot? I know you just have to give me a range.
I've seen estimates between, and they're probably a little more here now, but probably between 1.95, about $2 a square foot, I would say is a general area, $2 to $2.25.
$2 a square foot, okay. And the code exceptions for renovations, so if it's not a major renovation, you're not going to have to sprinkle?
If the dwelling is not already sprinkled, a renovation will not trigger it, and an addition will not trigger it.
Even a really big one?
That is correct. It's only for newly constructed buildings.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Aaron?
My question was about the renovation one, just got answered, thanks.
He answered those. Okay, so yeah.
So again, staff's not looking for a specific decision tonight, just general direction, so we know how to engage the public on this conversation. So does council support continuing the current amendment, exempting 1 and 2 family dwellings from the sprinkler requirement, or does council support revisiting the requirement for all newly constructed single-family dwellings to be protected with automatic sprinkler systems?
It seems to me it's worth having that discussion.
Yep.
Does that, everybody agree?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I might recommend not doing the double negative when you're talking about this, and just say, should we start requiring sprinkler systems in all?
Per the code.
Yeah.
I think that's great. I know I retrofitted a carriage house, and it is really expensive.
Yeah.
So, okay. Discussion. We've discussed.
That's all we had, really. That was
great work.
Thank you.
Yay.
Exciting stuff.
Thank you. It is very exciting. Yes?
Can I just say one thing on the sprinklers? The other thing is, one of the firefighter mottos, as Chief will know, is we risk a lot to save a life, we risk a little to save property, and we risk nothing to save something that's already gone. And by putting in sprinkler systems, I think it helps keep our firefighters safer as well, because when they go to the scene to try to risk, save someone, that if there is a life in there, they are going to risk their lives to try and save that person. And so this takes, hopefully, by having a sprinkler system, will take some of that risk out of it. So.
I was going to ask the chief if this is going to cut our fire suppression costs citywide.
That's a good question I wish I could answer.
You can work on it, right?
I will work on it,
All right.
absolutely.
All right.
Well, the building codes already require stuff like that.
Commercial?
That I don't know, but maybe talk to the building code guy.
Sure, guys.
All right, what's next?
Methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine. Let's end the night on a high note.
So to speak.
Yes, that was a joke. I did that on purpose.
Hi, we're going to
I thought the chief was talking to us about
quick pause here. Kurt went looking for Matt, who is the person that's presenting this matter.
All right, I'm grabbing snacks.
Here's Matt.
Yeah, that was yesterday. Almost done with.
Is it raining?
It's supposed to start tomorrow at like 9.
You have to open your,
We're doing the city.
you have to open it on the desk.
Oh.
Or the-
Okay.
Should be labeled 7A.
Blanked without
Or
any screen protections.
maybe eight,
have it on the-
maybe 8C, I think.
Oh, I got it.
Got it?
There you go.
Oh, now I got it.
Move the tour? Oh, the rain.
Yeah, we moved it to 11.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, good evening. My name is Matt Sundin. I'm the Community Programs Manager with Housing and Human Services, and I'm here to discuss with you and get your direction on about issues related to methamphetamine in the city of Boulder. I think I was volunteered for this position because the Housing and Human Services Department does a lot of work related to substance abuse and addiction treatment services in the community. But I also wanted to acknowledge that I'm here representing a larger citywide task force that worked on these issues and contributed to the information in this report. And some of those committee members are here tonight as well to respond to any questions you might have. So the questions for council are two. The first is, do you agree with the recommendations of staff to address meth as part of a larger conversation about substance abuse and addiction, rather than just focusing on one substance, meth? And then the second is, does council agree with the recommendation that the city continue to monitor, evaluate, and support local, regional, and statewide efforts to improve substance abuse and addiction services in the city? So before we get started, just maybe a couple points about meth. It is a highly addictive substance that can be ingested in a number of forms. So it can be smoked, it can be injected, it can be consumed orally, it can be snorted or inhaled. So there's no one form or mechanism that people use to take the substance. A key point about meth is that it's not an opioid, and unlike opioids and alcohol, there's no medication-assisted treatment available for meth. So the only treatment really that's available is a detox and then behavioral health treatment, unlike some of the other substances where there are medically assisted treatments available. Another key point about meth is it's often one of several substances that are consumed by people who are using illicit drugs. So a common form that you see in a lot of treatment providers is that patients are coming in using meth as well as sedatives like heroin in combination. So it's really hard to detect if a harm is being caused by meth itself or by other substances that are being consumed by the patient. So the city interest in meth, last year you heard a presentation about meth, and there was a lot of concern expressed in council about the potential harm to the community, and so you asked staff to follow up with additional information. And in response to that request, we did form our citywide task force to look at this issue and collect data about the use and implications for the community. So we're responding to that request. There's also, obviously potential implications for the community in terms of crime and public safety. And so if meth is a large concern within our community, we'd want to be aware of that concern so that we can take appropriate measures to address the issue. Certainly, there are public health concerns associated with meth consumption, and so if there are a large number of residents in our community who are using meth, or there are people with meth addictions within the community, we'd want to address that. And then there's the potential environmental hazard from meth consumption as well, so needles and waste associated with drug use in the community. And so all of that led to us researching the issue and putting together this presentation. Some of the key findings, and we can go into a little bit more detail, is first of all, meth consumption appears to be significant in Boulder, although it's not limited to Boulder. Where statewide, we're seeing significant consumption of meth and potentially growing at a statewide level, but certainly it's significant at this point. The second key finding is that it's really difficult to isolate the harm just from meth. So again, it gets at that issue of multiple substances might be involved. If you find a needle on the ground, you don't know if it's coming from meth, if it's coming from heroin, if it's coming from something else. And so it's difficult to just talk about one substance and ignore all the others in that conversation. The third key finding is manufacturing doesn't appear to be a problem in Boulder. From the evidence that we got reported to us from our police department, it's not an issue that they've had to deal with in the last couple of years. And finally, there are a number of opportunities to support work related to this issue area, both within the city and in the county, at the regional level, and statewide. There's a lot going on, and we can talk about some of those.
Hey, can you just, the number one about how significant it is, can you, the memo talked about, there were a bunch of numbers in the memo, but can you just list for the public what the top one? Oh.
Yeah, my next slide.
Thank
you. So here, if you talk about the Office of Behavioral Health at the statewide level collects information from all licensed treatment providers about people who are admitted to treatment for substance use disorders. And so they collected information for us about Boulder County. They can't get it down to the city level. But if you look at Boulder County, here's the percentage of treatment admissions for meth. Statewide, if you look at substance use disorders, it's estimated about 10% of the population has self-reported a substance use disorder. So if you translate that to Boulder County with these numbers, you get sort of a sense of the extent of the problem in terms of numbers. But generally, over the last 2 or 3 years, meth is ranked about 4th on the list of people admitted for treatment. If you look at it by age, kind of the big category is that 25 to 34 age demographic, although it's really like 25 to 44 for people admitted to treatment. That seems to be kind of the spot where people have some sort of addiction issue related to meth consumption. We've also found it in MHP's withdrawal management program. And in talking to MHP, they've reported that they've seen a definite uptick in the consumption of people admitted for meth. So on this pie chart here, alcohol is the big green space. It's always the #1 issue. But the next largest slice of the pie is meth. So from July 2017 to December 2018, 205 people reported meth as their primary substance of choice when they were admitted to withdrawal management at MHP.
What's the geographic for MHP?
So their facility is located in the city. So primarily it's going to be city residents or county residents. They'll take people from outside the community as well, but primarily it's going to be within Boulder. So we also identified other areas where meth might be impacting Boulder. Information from law enforcement seemed to indicate that they've seen an uptick in auto theft and associated that with meth use within the city. In talking to the Boulder jail, there's an uptick in the number of people admitted to jail or people arrested or self-reporting meth use or consumption. And again, that's where meth is a primary drug of choice. We also have people who are using meth as a secondary or tertiary drug of choice as well. But certainly there's some link apparently to people going into our criminal justice system. In housing, meth consumption is an issue in housing. Again, it's not really the manufacturer so much anymore, but if people are smoking meth within their house, there's the potential for contamination. And if people are known to be using meth or smoking meth, often it can be an impediment to being placed in housing. Within family situations, Boulder County Family Court reported an increase in the number of people or number of parents who self-identified meth use or where meth use was an issue in Boulder County Family Court cases. So last year, about half of the Boulder County Family Court cases involved at least one or maybe multiple parents who were using meth. And then there's a potential impact on our public spaces. So we've heard from staff and heard from public complaints that there's been an increased concern about needles found in public areas, assaults related to people who maybe are using drugs, potential environmental hazards. And again, it's important to emphasize that a lot of times you can attribute that to meth, but sometimes you can't. It might be one of several substances involved.
I have a question for you on the housing question. I read in the memo and other places that fairly small contamination levels trigger very large expenses for remediation.
Right.
Is that based on a health problem? Like if there's a very small amount of meth and you live there and you breathe, what are the reasons for needing to remediate to that level?
Yeah, and Kurt's here if there's other questions about it, but my understanding is that the statewide threshold is very low. So if there's even a small percentage of meth contamination in the home, it's a statewide law that kicks in and requires the remediation effort. And so I think, one of the concerns that some of our Boulder County housing partners have expressed is often the meth contamination is underreported because people don't want to go through that investigation effort to find out if they have any sort of meth contamination in their home. But it's really a statewide standard that's kicked in on that.
And my question was why that standard is so low. Like what are the health implications of those very low?
It's just extremely toxic? What's the...
I think when the statewide law was passed, they were modeling it off of California and standards that were developed in California, at least that's my understanding. And it was related to the toxicity of it. But in comparison to other states, I'm told it's lower than other states. But I'm not the expert on what level of contamination is safe and what level is not safe.
Good enough, thank you.
So at the presentation in October, there was a fair amount reported out from that about meth consumption among our city's unhoused population. And so we wanted to specifically address that issue. We don't have any data specifically related to the entire homeless population in Boulder and their meth consumption. We do have from our latest PIT count that approximately 39% of the homeless population in Boulder who don't have children have self-reported substance use. But that was not specific to meth use. It's substance use more generally. And about 1% of the homeless population with children self-reported substance use. So it seems to be that substance use is a significant issue, but we don't have that data specific to meth use within our unhoused population.
And that includes alcohol?
Right, that would include alcohol. And it's a self-report that you get in the PIT count. The data that was reported last time really reflected on information reported out from our homeless outreach team, or the HOT team, which interacts with a subset of the homeless population, which is the highest risk subset of the homeless population. And they reported out that for people that they interacted with who were applying for housing, that they estimated that maybe 8 out of 10 of them were using meth. But that wasn't based on testing of that population, and it was a subset, maybe 5 to 25% of the overall homeless population. And so that's where we got that number from the last meeting, but we wanted to make sure we were accurately reflecting how we got to that figure. In addition to that, we also have a pre-match list for people who are seeking permanent supportive housing within the community. And in the last year, 11 out of the 40 people who are on that list were not advanced because of meth use or meth consumption. It's important to note that meth is not the Boulder issue, that statewide we're seeing a growth in meth use and significant use. So these are figures provided by the Colorado Office of Behavioral Health, where heroin and meth together account for about 40% of people admitted for treatment admissions statewide. And the growth in meth admissions statewide has increased by about 63% since 2013. We've also seen a pretty significant growth in overdose deaths from meth statewide. So it was down to 22 in 2001, up to about 300 in 2017. And a lot of that growth happened in the last 2 to 3 years. So it doubled from 2015 to 2017. And that's second only to prescription opioids. It's actually higher than it is for heroin in overdose deaths. But it's not just a Boulder problem, it's a statewide problem.
Is it more concentrated on the Front Range, or do you know?
There are certain counties that have their issues. So certainly in rural communities, there's a lot of issues with meth consumption. but we're also a state that has resort communities. And so you see substance abuse in general quite a bit in a lot of the resort communities, and certainly meth is part of the mix.
Thank you.
So in looking at this issue, there are a number of ongoing efforts to address substance use more broadly. Within the city of Boulder, we make a number of investments in prevention and treatment and recovery efforts. A lot of those come out of the Housing and Human Services Department, where annually we're contributing about $500,000 to $1 million to programs related to prevention, treatment, and recovery. We have our regular law enforcement activities within the Boulder Police Department. And then we have a number of partnerships at the county level and at regional level to address these issues. So there's several task forces that are looking at substance use and are trying to tackle the issues. There are a number of county programs that are looking at the impacts of substance use on the community and trying to address those. There are diversion programs that are getting started, needle exchanges, things like that. So there's a fair amount that's going on in the community, and this has been a really helpful process for us to understand all the efforts that are going on. In addition to that, there's a number of upcoming opportunities to really tackle this issue. So probably the biggest one, Boulder County Public Health is engaged with a contractor to really map out the scope of services within Boulder County related to substance abuse and addiction. So they've already signed the contract with Omni Institute to do that study. They're anticipating results at the end of August 2019, although that might be a little bit ambitious, so it might be a little bit later than that. But it's really an effort to understand all the services that are available in the community and find a way to connect the community to those services. There's been a lot of work related to diversion programs. So currently Longmont has a diversion program, and there's been discussion about expanding that beyond Longmont to the larger community. And so that's an ongoing discussion where I think we'll continue to see some results from that. There's a pre-file diversion program that's out of the Boulder County District Attorney's Office. There's some state legislation related to substance abuse that's under consideration right now. There's an effort by MHP to become a certified community behavioral health clinic. So they got a $4 million grant, which was one of 52 nationally, to really up their standards for behavioral health treatment. And so that's an effort that we'll continue to see results from that. And then there's upcoming opportunities to invest more in prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts in the community as well. I think the key thing is in the last quarter of this year, we're going to see a lot more from all of these efforts and have a better understanding where we might be able to go as a city to attach to some of these efforts.
So I just want to highlight the Boulder County Pre-File Diversion Project, because Aaron and I met with Michael Doherty, and he kind of briefed us on it. It's the only one, so there's 4 pilots being run in the state in 4 different counties, and the one in Boulder is the only pre-file diversion program of the 4 that are being run. So it is an attempt to get people not to have a criminal record in addition to keeping them out of jail.
Would they get busted and then
how does it work?
Then they decide not to charge them?
It's got to be a
and get them
nonviolent
into-
offense, so certain classes of offense, and then, yeah, they don't charge them. They don't even book them into jail. If they qualify for the diversion program, my understanding is that they completely divert. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's right. So pre-charges being filed if they meet certain criteria. Yeah, which is very promising.
Okay. So the recommendations from staff are first that the city address substance abuse, addiction, and behavioral health comprehensively. So again, it's not focusing on a single substance like meth, but looking at the broad range of substances that are out there and developing a system or supporting a system that addresses all the substances together. And then to also collaborate regionally. We know there's a lot of work going on in this area, and rather than reinventing the wheel and trying to do something on our own, working with our other community partners to address the issue. The second is to continue to engage in these processes. As I said, I think we'll know a lot more towards the end of the year where some of these things are going. We'll know the results of state legislation and how those might interact with some of the programs that we're supporting. And so I think there might be an opportunity to reassess where we are in the last quarter of this year. And so that brings us back to the questions for council.
We're going to be done here momentarily. Thank you. This was really helpful. I guess that's mostly what I wanted to say. I think that both of those are easily answered as yes and yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's gone into researching this, and it's good to know there's so many different efforts underway that hopefully are synergistic. Other thoughts? Great. This is a much better ending than the last time that we got scared to death by this. But this feels like a much more thoughtful approach, so thank you.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just want to mention one issue. It'll take me 10 seconds, which is just to say, and I will forward these materials, but in part because of the US 36 Mayors and Commissioners Coalition, RTD passed a resolution sort of recommitting to moving forward on fast tracks.
Train, all right.
And part of that is exploring this peak rail proposal. And we're still trying to get numbers from the railroads. And so RTD just passed a resolution tonight to take seriously our efforts from the Northwest Corridor to get the resources we were owed one way or the other. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. I'll forward the letter we sent, and if people have questions, just let me know.
So at CAC, when did we decide to have Lisa talk about Rocky Flats for a few minutes? Was it tonight or was it next week?
It's the 23rd.
Next week.
Two away, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Any thoughts on process? Any debrief?
We're getting out early.
I think given the heaviness of our packet, I think we got through just fine.
Yep.
I think it was, well, it's good. I thought it would be out a lot later.
Well, everybody, I thought we worked well as a team tonight. Yeah, so, thank you. Okay, we are adjourned. I guess that one a little better.
Yeah, that went much better than both the meth thing and I thought we could.
Live from Paris en France 24.
I've left.